So I want to tell you about a book today. The book is called The Gulag Archipelago. You ready? The book is called The Gulag Archipelago, and it's by a Russian author, a Soviet author named Aleksandr Solzhenitsyn, who was in the Gulag Archipelago concentration camp system for a very long time. He had a very hard life. He was on the Russian front when the Germans invaded the Soviet Union in the early stages of World War II. Now, Hitler and Stalin had signed a non-aggression pact. And Hitler invaded the Soviet Union anyway. And from what I've been able to understand, the Soviets had prepared an invasion force for Europe at that point, but were not concerned with having to defend their territory, and so they were caught completely unawares by Hitler's move. And the conditions on the Russian front were absolutely dreadful, and Solzhenitsyn was a soldier on the Russian front. And he wrote some letters to one of his friends, which were intercepted, complaining about the lack of preparation and using bitter, dark humor to describe the situation. And the consequences of that was that he was thrown into a work camp. The Soviet system relied on work camps, and so those were large labor camps of people who were essentially enslaved, many of whom were worked to death, often froze to death, working in conditions that were so dreadful that they're virtually unimaginable. Solzhenitsyn spent a very large number of years in these camps, sometimes in a more privileged camp because he was an educated man, and sometimes in worse camps. He also developed cancer later and wrote a book about that called Cancer Ward, which is a brilliant book. So he had a very hard life. There's just no way around that. To be on the front and then to be in a concentration camp and then to have cancer, that's pretty rough. Now, he wrote The Gulag Archipelago. He wrote a book called One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich first. That was published in the early 1960s. When there was a brief thaw, Stalin was pretty much out of the picture by the end of the 1950s. There's some indication that he was murdered by Khrushchev, and Khrushchev became premier of the Soviet Union after Stalin. And there's some indication perhaps that Stalin was either murdered by Khrushchev and a set of his cronies, or when he was very ill, just before he died, was not helped, at least wasn't provided with any medical attention because of the intervention of Khrushchev and his cronies. Now, there's some indication as well at that point that Stalin, who was an absolutely barbaric in every possible way you could imagine, was planning to start a third world war. And he was certainly capable of doing such things because he had already imprisoned or killed tens of millions of people. Now, just after Stalin died, there was a bit of a thaw in the Soviet Union with regards to internal repression. In the early 1960s, Solzhenitsyn published a book called One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, which was a story about one day in the life, his life really, inside one of these so-called Gulag Archipelago camps. Now, he called it the Gulag Archipelago because an archipelago is a chain of islands. And so Solzhenitsyn likened the work camp system in the Soviet Union, which was made up of isolated camps distributed across the entire state. He likened that to a series of islands, and hence the metaphor. And One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich was one of the first publications released in the Soviet Union that dared make public what had happened inside these camps, at least initially. Now, that thaw didn't last very long, but that book had a tremendous effect. It's a short book. It's worth reading. After that, he wrote a number of other books, which are also, he's a great literary figure in the same category, I would say, as Tolstoy or Dostoevsky, which is like really saying something. You know, those two are perhaps the greatest literary figures who ever lived, with the possible exception of Shakespeare. He wrote this book called The Gulag Archipelago, which is published in 3 volumes, each of which is about 700 pages long. The first one details the origin of the oppressive Soviet system, at least in part under Lenin, and then its full-fledged implementation under Stalin, and the deaths of, well, Solzhenitsyn estimated the deaths in internal repression in the Soviet Union at something approximating 60 million between 1919 and 1959. Now, that doesn't count the death toll in the Second World War, by the way. Now, people have disputed those figures, but they're certainly in the tens of millions, and the low-end bounds are probably 20 million, and the high-end bounds are nearer what Solzhenitsyn estimated. He also estimated that the same kind of internal repression in Maoist China cost 100 million lives. And so you can imagine that the genuine historical figures, again, are subject to dispute, but somewhere between 50 and 100 million people. And one of the things that's really surprising to me, and that I think is absolutely reprehensible, is the fact that this is not widespread knowledge among students in the West, any of this, and it's because your education, your historical education, if you started to describe it as appalling, you would barely scratch the surface. These were the most important events of the 20th century, and they're barely covered at all in standard historical curriculum. You know something, I would presume, about World War II and about the terrible situation in Nazi Germany and the death of 6 million gypsies and Jews and homosexuals in the concentration camps in Nazi Germany. But my experience with students has been that none of them know anything about what happened as a consequence of the repression of the radical left in the 20th century. And I believe the reason for that is that the communist system had extensive networks of admirers in the West, especially among intellectuals, and still, in fact, does, which is also equally reprehensible. And I believe that one of the consequences of that is that this element of history has been under-examined, and certainly very little attention has been brought to it in the public school curricula. And there's absolutely no excuse for that. It was the worst thing that happened in the 20th century. And that's really saying something, because the 20th century was about as bad as it gets. And so, and the fact that these deaths on massive scale occurred, and the fact that we don't know that deep inside our bones is a testament to the absolute rot of the education system. So now, you might think this is a strange thing to discuss in a personality course, but I have my reasons for doing it. And the fundamental reason is that Solzhenitsyn you might regard as an existentialist. Now, he says many of the same things that Viktor Frankl says. Viktor Frankl wrote a book called Man's Search for Meaning, which I would highly recommend. And it's a description of the corruption that he saw leading into the horrors of the Nazi concentration camp systems, especially within the concentration camps itself, because Frankl was very interested in what sort of psychological catastrophe had to befall a given individual before that person was capable of acting as an agent, say, of the Nazis in the concentration camp system. And he concentrated particularly on these people he called that were known as trustees within the concentration camp system, who were generally Jewish individuals who were aiding the Nazis in their death work inside the camps. Now, what Frankl did, because he was also existentially oriented, was attempt to draw a parallel between the individual psychology and the mass pathologies of the state. And so the reason that I believe that this is important in a personality class is because it's necessary to analyze the relationship between the psychological integrity of the individuals within a society and the propensity of that society to engage in, say, acts of mass atrocity, or to go completely off the rails and then to engage in acts of mass atrocity. And so it was Frankl's contention, and also Solzhenitsyn's contention, and I would say also the contention of Václav Havel, who was an author and playwright in Czechoslovakia and eventually became president, that the fundamental linkage between the pathology and the state, the pathology of the state and the individual, was the individual's propensity to deceive him or herself and to fail to act in an authentic manner, in a genuine and authentic manner, and to become, as a consequence, either nihilistic, let's say, or because of the incremental weakening of character that's part and parcel of adopting an inauthentic mode of being, or to turn to ideological and totalitarian solutions as an alternative to living appropriately and with responsibility as an individual. So Solzhenitsyn in particular laid at the feet of the Soviet citizenry the burden of the absolute catastrophes that characterized that system because of each individual's propensity or proclivity within the state to lie and deceive constantly about what they thought and what they said, and to be afraid to speak, and to be afraid to think, and to be afraid to criticize. And it was no wonder, because criticism, of course, was at least became an offense that was punishable by death. But these things start much more slowly than that, and they start with people abandoning their own identities and adopting a pathological group identity, well, for any number of reasons, but one of them certainly is their desire to shrink from individual responsibility and their desire for ready-made ideological solutions. And so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to read you a little bit about the Gulag Archipelago, and then I'm going to show you a sequence of videos about a recent event that I think does a very good job of illustrating how this sort of thing works. And then I'm going to read you some of what I've culled from the Gulag Archipelago, so that you get a sense of what the writing is like. So Solzhenitsyn basically, he committed a huge part of the Gulag Archipelago to memory, which is really something, given that it's 2,100 pages long and printed in like 7-point font. And the book is written at an unbelievable level of emotional intensity. I remember there was a study once about how rats respond to cats, free living rats in their burrows. If they're exposed to a cat, or even to cat odor, will run back to their burrow and stick their nose out and scream for 48 hours, right, which is about the equivalent of you screaming for 3 months, because rats don't only live about 2 years. And while that rat is screaming, all the other rats stay in their burrow and don't go anywhere. And so they scream ultrasonically, so you have to record it and then slow it down in order to hear it. But they're not very happy about that, about cats, and they actually don't need to be exposed to cats to learn how to be afraid of their odor. They're naturally afraid of it. Anyways, Solzhenitsyn's book, The Gulag Archipelago, is like a 2,100-page scream. It's very, very intense. It's a very difficult thing to read, but it's absolutely crucial reading. It's actually now part of the curriculum in Russia, in high school, which also says something about Russian high schools compared to, say, North American high schools. Because I doubt if the typical North American high school student reads 2,100 pages of anything during their entire education in high school, and certainly not something like the Gulag Archipelago. So I'm going to read you a little bit of background about the story, first of all. And this is a nice summary. I've swiped it from Wikipedia. But the Gulag Archipelago is a book by Aleksandr Solzhenitsyn. He won a Nobel Prize for the book, by the way, and richly deserved it, about the Soviet forced labor camp system. The 3-volume book is a narrative relying on eyewitness testimony and primary research material, as well as the author's own experiences in a Gulag labor camp, written between 1958 and 1968. It was published in the West in 1973, and thereafter circulated in samizdat, or underground publication form, in the Soviet Union until its appearance in the Russian literary journal Novy Mir in 1989. In which a third of the work was published over 3 issues. So the samizdat, or the underground press, was basically photocopies or sometimes photostats of banned works that people would compile and then hand from person to person. Of course, the punishment for being caught with something like that was extraordinarily severe, but the samizdat was I suppose it was a precursor to the internet. That's one way of thinking about it, a slow precursor to the internet. Gulag, or G-U-L-A-G, or Gulag, is an acronym for a Russian term, Chief Administration of Corrective Labor Camps, the bureaucratic name of the governing board of the Soviet labor camp system, and by metonymy, the camp system itself. The word archipelago compares the system of labor camps spread across the Soviet Union with a vast chain of islands, known only to those who were fated to visit them. Since the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the formation of the Russian Federation, the Gulag Archipelago has been officially published and included in the high school program in Russia as mandatory reading. Structurally, the text comprises 7 sections divided in most printed volumes into 3, parts 1 to 2, 3 and 4, and 5 to 7. At one level, the Gulag Archipelago traces the history of the system of forced labor camps that existed in the Soviet Union from 1918 to 1956, starting with Lenin's original decrees shortly after the October Revolution, establishing the legal and practical framework for a series of camps where political prisoners and ordinary criminals would be sentenced to forced labor. One of the things that's quite interesting about the Gulag camps, and this is something that's very relevant to understanding of modern Russia, is that so ordinary criminals were put into the camps, and so were political prisoners. But the ordinary criminals, and so those would be rapists and murderers, let's say, as well as thieves who were engaged in theft as an occupation, those were regarded by the Soviets as socially friendly elements. And the reason for that was that they assumed that the reason that these people had turned to crime was because of the oppressive nature of the previous czarist/capitalist system, and that the only reason that these criminals existed was because they had been oppressed. They were oppressed victims of that system. And so one of the convenient consequences of that absolutely insane doctrine was that the Soviets put the ordinary criminals in charge of the camps. And these were very, very seriously bad people. And so you can imagine the way that they treated the political prisoners, who were regarded as socially hostile elements, sometimes because of their own hypothetically traitorous acts, but more often merely as a consequence of their racial or ethnic identity, or the fact that they were related by birth to, say, people who had been successful under the previous system, so who had any association with nobility or any association with what were known as the kulaks, who were the only successful class of former peasants in the Soviet Union, because they were regarded as privileged. You may have heard that word more recently. They were regarded as privileged and therefore as enemies of the state, and it didn't matter if it was your father or your grandfather or your great-grandfather who happened to be privileged, but the mere fact that you were a member of that group was sufficient reason to put you into a camp. And we're talking hundreds of thousands or perhaps millions of people who underwent that fate. And so the idea in the Soviet Union was, just because you were the member of a class, even as a consequence of your familial association, you were immediately sufficiently guilty to be put into a camp and punished. And the terms for the camps were often 10 years, 15 years long. And if you were very fortunate, you got to have 2 or 3 of those. So the Soviets really implemented and perfected the idea of class and ethnicity-based guilt. And it's a very bad road to walk down, and it's something that we're very much engaged in at the moment, because there's discussion everywhere in North America now about the idea of, well, race-predicated guilt, for example, and ethnic-predicated guilt. And it's a very bad idea to classify an entire group of people as guilty of anything based on their group membership. So these sorts of things are things we haven't yet learned, and certainly should have. Now, the other thing that was very interesting about the Soviet, especially about the Gulag Archipelago, you see, it was released in the West in about 1973 or thereabouts. Now, the student movement of the 1960s was very much influenced by Marxist and communist doctrine, and that was especially the case in France, where the most reprehensible intellectuals of the 20th century have emerged, including all the damned postmodernists who've occupied the universities now, as far as I can tell. And what happened essentially in France was that the Marxist/communist students were attempting to foment revolution, but what happened, and that peaked in about 1968, and what happened was, at least in part as a consequence of Solzhenitsyn's revelations, the idea that the Soviet model, or the Maoist model, for example, could be used as an example of the working people's utopia was completely and catastrophically, and at least in principle, finally undermined. Now, there had been, because the Western leftist intellectuals, right from 1919 forward, turned a blind eye to what was happening in the Soviet Union. Now and then they were invited there, even people who were very well regarded in the West were often invited, and who were sympathetic to the Soviet Union, were often invited there for a visit, and the Soviets would do the same thing the North Koreans do now when they invite foreigners to visit, which is that they would set up fake places for them to visit, called Potemkin villages, where everyone was thriving and doing well. The Nazis did the same thing with the concentration camps to begin with, especially the ones they established for children, and then would invite dim-witted leftist Western intellectuals to come to the Soviet Union and see the wonderful paradise that had been set up for everyone, which was a complete and utter facade and sham, and then they would go back to the West and report on how the utopia was progressing precisely according to the Marxist doctrines. And we knew from the 1930s forward, because Malcolm Muggeridge did this to begin with, who investigated what was going on in the Soviet Union, I think for the Manchester Guardian, and he started reporting in the late 1910s and then the early 1920s, if I remember correctly. It was approximately in that period, maybe a bit later. He recorded what was happening when the Soviets attempted to collectivize the peasant farmers. And so what they did was take all these people who were previously serfs, right, only a couple of decades previously, which was not much better than being a slave. You were basically property, and that was happening until about 1880 or thereabouts. The serfs were emancipated. Many of them ended up holding their own land, right, so the land was distributed from the nobles to the peasantry. That was something that Leo Tolstoy was involved in. And by the time the Soviet Revolution came around, which would be at the latter part of the 1910s, after the First World War, the peasant class had actually established farms, of course, varying productivity. Some of the peasant farmers were very, very good at being farmers and produced a huge proportion of Russia's and the Ukraine's food. Because one of the things, we'll talk about this later as the class progresses, one of the things that you'll find if you look at creative production in any domain, it doesn't matter, artistic domain, food production, novels written, novels sold, money generated, number of companies generated, number of goals scored in hockey, etc. Number of paintings painted, number of compositions written, anything like that, where the fundamental underlying measure is human productivity, what you find is that a very tiny percentage of people produce almost all the output. It's called a Pareto distribution, P-A-R-E-T-O, and it was studied in detail in scientific productivity by someone named de Sola Price. It's a square root law, so here's the law fundamentally. If you look at the number of people who are in a given domain, who are producing in a given domain, the square root of the people produce half the product. So that means if you have 10 employees, 3 of them do half the work, but if you have 10,000 employees, 100 of them do half the work. Right, it's a very, very vicious statistic. And you won't learn about that in psychology for reasons I have no idea about, because you learn about the normal distribution and not the Pareto distribution. But Pareto distributions govern, for example, the distribution of money, which is why 1% of the people in the general population have the overwhelming amount of money, and 1/10 of that 1% has almost all of that, right? So I think it's like the richest 100 people in the world have as much money as the bottom 2.5 billion. And you think, well, that's a terrible thing, and perhaps it is, but what you have to understand is that that law governs the distribution of creative production across all creative domains, right? It's something like a natural law, and we'll talk about that more, but imagine what happens when you play Monopoly. You've all played Monopoly. What happens when you play Monopoly? One person ends up with all the money, all right? Then you play another game of Monopoly. What happens? One person ends up with all the money. It's actually the inevitable consequence of multiple trades that are conducted randomly. So if you take 1,000 people and you get them to play a trading game, you each give them $100, say, or $10, and they have to trade with another person by flipping a coin. I win the coin toss, you give me $1, you win, I give you $1. If we all play that long enough, one person will end up with all the money and everyone else will end up with zero. So it's a deeply built feature of systems of creative production, and no one really knows what to do about it, because of course the danger is that all the resources get funneled to a tiny minority of people at the top, and a huge section of the population stacks up at zero. But to blame that on the oppressive nature of a given system is to radically underestimate the complexity of the problem. No one actually knows how to effectively shovel resources from the minority that controls almost everything to the majority that has almost nothing in any consistent way, because as you shovel money down, it tends to move right back up, and it's a big problem. Anyways, the reason I'm telling you about that is because after the peasants were granted their land and started to become farmers, a tiny minority of them became extremely successful, and those people produced almost all of the food for Russia and the Ukraine. So what happened in the 1920s when bloody Lenin came along and collectivized the farms was that they defined the kulaks, who were these tiny minority of successful farmers who maybe had a brick house and were able to hire a couple of people and had some land and some livestock and were very productive people. They defined them as socially unfriendly elements, and they sent groups of intellectuals out into the towns to collectivize the farms. And so the idea was that well, you would pool your land and everyone would farm it collectively, and the land was taken away, of course, from the tiny minority of people who are actually productive and had actually managed to own much of the land. So you have to imagine how that would occur. Okay, so it's in the 1920s, it's after World War I, Russia's in pretty bad shape, the villages are full of brutalized men who have post-traumatic stress disorder, and lots of people who are not doing well at all, and the bloody intellectuals come into the town and they say, you know those successful farmers up the street that you've always been pretty jealous about in your useless manner? Well, they're actually pigs and demons who are stealing from you, so why don't you come out, we'll form a nice little mob and we'll take everything they've got. And that's exactly what happened, and all those people were killed or raped or set off to Siberia in the middle of the bloody winter where there wasn't even anything for them anywhere for them to live or anything for them to eat, so they all died. And then the consequence of that was a few years later, 6 million people starved to death in the Ukraine. And Malcolm Muggeridge had been reporting on that since the 1930s. And so that was the first wind, really, that the West got of exactly what was happening in the Soviet Union. But even at that point, the bloody left-wing intellectuals in North America were so damn clueless, and in Europe, that they never paid much attention to it, with the exception of a certain number of people like George Orwell, who wrote 1984 and Animal Farm, which is, of course, a discussion. The main pig in Animal Farm is Stalin, of course, and it's a story, an allegory about the Russian Revolution, whose basic motif is we're all equal, but of course all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. And that's the motif of Animal Farm. So there had been warnings all the way through, right from the beginning of the Russian Revolution, to the West about exactly what was going on. But because communist and Marxist ideology is very good at addling the weak minds of idiot intellectuals, there was a huge section of the population who was fomenting, I suppose, against the standard, what would you call it, political, psychological, and social order, who were absolutely committed to, you know, the ethic that's encased in statements like from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, which sounds perfectly wonderful if you think about it for about 15 seconds, but if you think about it for 6 months, becomes unbelievably murderous in its reach and intent. And so, anyways, the French, for whatever reason, seem to be particularly opaque to reason. I'll give you an example. So, the doctrine of Pol Pot in Cambodia that also killed about 6 million people. So what they did in Cambodia once the revolution occurred was decide that everyone in the city were parasites on the countryside, because the countryside full of farmers was where the primary production was taking place, and they regarded the city dwellers as parasites on that fundamental production. So they basically emptied out the cities and sent all the people in the cities out to work in the country as forced labor, and 6 million people died there. And the chief architect of that bloody project got his PhD from the Sorbonne and said exactly what he was going to do when he went back to Cambodia, was cheered along by the French intellectuals who thought that that was just a fine idea. So that's all background for why I don't think any of you guys really know much about 20th century history. So anyways, what happened in the 1970s when Solzhenitsyn published the Gulag Archipelago was that it was so brilliant, the book, and so overwhelming in its emotional and intellectual and historical power, that it became impossible for anyone to continue to claim that Marxism/communism had any intellectual or ethical integrity whatsoever. It was done. It was done. And that's part of the reason why he won the Nobel Prize. And part of the reason, by the way, why the Soviet Union collapsed, because once word got out about exactly what was actually going on, there was no way of making a coherent argument in favor of, say, exporting the workers' revolution around the world. It was like the consequence of that was well documented by Solzhenitsyn. You see, the Western intellectuals tried to make excuses for what had happened in the Soviet Union by blaming it on Stalin's cult of personality, perversion of the original accurate Marxist doctrine. So they basically said, well, had Lenin lived, because he died quite young and was replaced by Stalin, had Lenin lived, the promised utopia would have been delivered. But Solzhenitsyn, being an absolute genius, documented the relationship, number one, between the axioms of Marxist and communist thought and the laws that were generated primarily by Lenin, and the construction of these camps and the dekulakization and all the mass murders. He documented the causal relationship between them and laid them clearly at the feet, not of Stalin, but of Lenin. And so that was also a major blow, because it undermined the remaining argument of the left-wing, radical left-wing apologists in the West for the viability of Marxist/communist doctrines. And you still hear people today, many people, when they're faced with the, if they're Marxist in their orientation and they're faced with the data pertaining to what happened in the Soviet Union, they'll say something like, well, that wasn't real Marxism. But one of the things that you might answer to that is, well, fine, except that in every bloody country in the world where that doctrine was implemented, regardless of the wide cultural differences between the cultures, say the Soviet Union, China, Cambodia, and so forth, exactly the same thing happened every time. And we still have a great example of that today in the form of North Korea. I don't know if you've ever looked at a map of the world at night. You can get a map of the entire globe at night. You look at South Korea, it's lit up like jewels. It's nothing but light, like the east coast of the United States and Canada. And North Korea is dark. And the reason for that is that 50, 60 years of barbaric, communist, despotic rule means a country that's completely unindustrialized, where every single person is malnourished or starving to death, where everyone lives in terror all the time, and where there's nothing but the continual production of labor in labor camps, just like in the Soviet Union and Maoist China. So if we were willing to pay attention, we could still see examples of that today, and that's not an anomaly. North Korea is exactly what you'd expect given the doctrines upon which it's founded. So, all right, so more on the Gulag. At one level, the Gulag Archipelago traces the history of forced labor camps that existed in the Soviet Union from 1918 to 1956, started with Lenin's original decrees shortly after the October Revolution, establishing the legal and practical framework for a series of camps where political prisoners and ordinary criminals would be sentenced to forced labor. It describes and discusses the waves of purges, assembling the show trials in context of the development of the greater Gulag system, with particular attention to the legal and bureaucratic development. The legal and historical narrative ends in 1956, the time of Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech at the 20th Party Congress denouncing Stalin's personality cult, his autocratic power, and the surveillance that pervaded the Stalin era. Though the speech was not published in the USSR for a long time, it was a break with the most atrocious practices of the Gulag system. Solzhenitsyn was aware, however, that the outlines of the system had survived and could be revived and expanded by future leaders. Despite the efforts by Solzhenitsyn and others to confront the legacy of the Gulag, the reality of the camps remained taboo until the 1980s. While Khrushchev, the Communist Party, and the Soviet Union's supporters in the West viewed the Gulag as a deviation of Stalin, Solzhenitsyn and many among the opposition tended to view it as a systematic fault of Soviet political culture and an inevitable outcome of the Bolshevik political project. Parallel to this historical and legal narrative, Solzhenitsyn follows the typical course of a zek, a slang term for inmate, derived from the widely used abbreviation Z/K for Zalyucheny, Zalyucheny, I guess, prisoner through the Gulag, starting with arrest, show trial, and initial internment. Transport to the archipelago, treatment of prisoners and general living conditions, slave labor gangs and the technical prison camp system, camp rebellions and strikes, the practice of internal exile following completion of the original prison sentence, and the ultimate but not guaranteed release of the prisoner. Along the way, Solzhenitsyn's examinations detail the trivial and commonplace events of an average prisoner's life, prisoner's life, as well as specific and noteworthy events during the history of the Gulag system, including revolts and uprising. Aside from using his experiences as an inmate at a scientific prison, Solzhenitsyn draws from the testimony of 227 fellow prisoners, the first-hand accounts which base the work. One chapter of the third volume of the book is written by a prisoner named Georgi, probably, Tenno, whose exploits enraptured Solzhenitsyn to the extent that he offered to name Tenno as co-author of the book. Tenno declined. Solzhenitsyn also poetically reintroduces his character of Ivan Denisovich toward the conclusion of the book. When questioned by the book's author if he has faithfully recounted the story of the Gulag, Denisovich, now apparently freed from the camps, replies that you, the author, have not even begun. The sheer volume of first-hand testimony and primary documentation that Solzhenitsyn managed to assemble in the Gulag Archipelago made all subsequent Soviet and KGB attempts to discredit the work useless. Much of the impact of the treatise stems from the closely detailed stories of interrogation routines, prison indignities, and, especially in Section 3, camp massacres and inhuman practices. There had been works about the Soviet prison camp system before, and its existence had been known to the Western public since the 1930s. However, never before had the general reading public been brought face to face with the horrors of the Gulag in this way. The controversy surrounding this text in particular was largely due to the way Solzhenitsyn definitively and painstakingly laid the theoretical, legal, and practical origins of the Gulag system at Lenin's feet, not Stalin's. According to Solzhenitsyn's testimony, Stalin merely amplified a concentration camp system that was already in place. This is significant, as many Western intellectuals viewed the Soviet concentration camp system as a Stalinist aberration. Solzhenitsyn documented that the Soviet government could not govern without the threat of imprisonment, and that Soviet economy depended on the productivity of the forced labor camps, especially insofar as the development and construction of public works and infrastructure were concerned. This put into doubt the entire moral standing of the Soviet system. In Western Europe, the book eventually contributed strongly to a need for rethinking of the historical role of Lenin. With the Gulag Archipelago, Lenin's political and historical legacy became problematic. Yeah, problematic. And those factions of Western communist parties who still based their economic and political ideology on Lenin were left with a heavy burden of proof against them. George F. Kennan, the influential U.S. diplomat, called the Gulag Archipelago the most powerful single indictment of a political regime ever to be levied in modern times. The book was published at a time when many communists in the West were already rethinking their relationships with the USSR, as many were deeply disappointed by the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968. In Germany, it sparked discussions not only about Leninism, but also how to deal with the memory of World War II. In an interview with German weekly Die Zeit, British historian Orlando Figes asserted that many Gulag inmates he interviewed for his research identified so strongly with the book's contents that they became unable to distinguish between their own experiences and what they read. The Gulag Archipelago spoke for a whole nation and was the voice of those who had suffered. After the KGB had confiscated Solzhenitsyn's materials in Moscow during 1957 to 1967, the preparatory drafts of the Gulag Archipelago were turned into finished manuscripts, sometimes in hiding at his friends' homes in the Moscow region and elsewhere. While held at the KGB's Lubyanka prison in 1945, Solzhenitsyn had befriended Arnold Susy, a lawyer and former Estonian Minister of Education, who'd been taken captive after the Soviet Union occupied Estonia in 1940. Solzhenitsyn entrusted Susy with the original typed and proofread manuscript of the finished work, after copies had been made of it both on paper and on microfilm. Arnold Susy's daughter, Heli Susy, subsequently kept the master copy hidden from the KGB in Estonia until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. The KGB seized one of the only 3 extant copies of the text still on Soviet soil, and the people who held the copies were unaware of the existence of the other copies. This they achieved after interrogating Elizaveta Voronskayana, one of Solzhenitsyn's trusted typists, who knew where the typed copy was hidden. Within days of release by the KGB, she hanged herself. The first edition of the work was published in Russian by the French publishing house Editions du Seuil a few days after Christmas 1973. They had received a go-ahead from Solzhenitsyn, but had decided to release the work about 10 days earlier than he had expected. News of the nature of the work immediately caused a stir, and translations into many other languages followed within the next few months, sometimes produced in a race against time. American Thomas Whitney produced the English version. The English and French translations of Volume 1 appeared in the spring and summer of 1974. Solzhenitsyn had wanted the manuscript to be published in Russia first, but knew this was impossible under conditions then extant. The work made a profound impact internationally. Not only did it provoke energetic debate in the West, a mere 6 weeks after the work had left Parisian presses, Solzhenitsyn himself was forced into exile. Because possession of the manuscript incurred the risk of a long prison sentence for anti-Soviet activities, Solzhenitsyn never worked on the manuscript in complete form. Since he was under constant KGB surveillance, he worked on only one part of the manuscript at a time, so as not to put the full book into jeopardy if he happened to be arrested. For this reason, he secreted the various parts of the work throughout Moscow and the surrounding countryside in the care of trusted friends, sometimes purportedly visiting them on the social calls, but actually working on the manuscript in their homes. All right, so now I want to show you some things. I haven't done this before, but we'll see how it goes. I'm going to show you something that happened recently. Some of you may be aware of this and some of you not. So this is a video about, there was a town meeting that a number of people spoke at, including one shopkeeper from New York. And after the meeting, he was interviewed by the press, the TV, and one of the attendees at the meeting was upset about the fact that the press was concentrating on him instead of concentrating on what she regarded as the issues at hand. So I'm going to play this for you to begin with. Now, what I'm trying to show you, I want to show you what it means for someone to be ideologically possessed. And so you can tell when you're talking to someone like that, because and this is something I learned from reading Solzhenitsyn, is because you can predict absolutely everything they're going to say. Once you know the algorithmic substructure of their political ideology, which is usually predicated on about 5 or 6 axioms, you can use the axioms to automatically generate speech content. You don't even have to hear the person. You can just predict what they're going to say. And so that alleviates any responsibility whatsoever they have for thinking. And it also allows them to believe that they have full control and full knowledge over not only full control and full knowledge about the entire world, but also the capacity to distinguish without a moment's thought between those who are on the side of the good and those who are not. And that's where the danger really comes. So anyways, we'll take a look at this.
So right now, the news is interviewing a person whose daughter was a heroin addict, I think, is what he said in his public comment. And he's pro-bunker, he's pro-cops. And so he's the one getting interviewed, and there are like 1 million people who have spoken about how they've been abused by the cops, that they're not being spoken to. Only the person who's pro-bunker, who's also a person of color. So they got their token, and that's the one that they're using. I have no idea, we'll find out.
I have a question. I'm actually against the bunker. Yes, I will.
You take my picture?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You want my name?
Yeah, sure.
It's humongous.
Okay. Humongous what? Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
Humongous.
Humongous what?
That's what it is.
Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment?
No, it's humongous.
Then why did you say that to me?
That's my name.
What? Humongous what?
Humongous what?
Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment? Is that what you just did when you said that to me?
What, humongous?
Why would you say that to me?
Yes, but my name.
Why would you say that to me?
Why would I say it to
Why
you?
would you say that to me?
Why would you ask me my name?
What? Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what? Humongous what? This person just spoke to me in a sexually harassing way.
I did not.
Yeah, he did. He said, do you know what my name is? And I said, what? And he said, humongous. Yeah. Yeah. This person just sexually harassed me.
I said I'm humongous.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Humongous what?
Humongous.
So now you're actually pointing to yourself. You're actually pointing to your body parts. And you're actually pointing to your body parts and saying that you're humongous. You're actually doing that. And this is the person who just got interviewed as a pro-bunker person of color, as if you represent us. They're using you as a token, and then you speak to me in a sexually harassing manner. How dare you? How dare you? Disgusting! Disgusting!
You left the room saying your daughter's lives matter, but you
Disgusting! You just abused a woman! You just abused a woman, and you have the audacity! You have the audacity to say that girls matter? How dare you? How dare you, you disgusting person! Disgusting! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Lower your voice.
Are you going to do anything about how he sexually harassed me? Are you going to do anything about how he sexually harassed me? Are you going to?
I need to go.
Okay, he's asking me to leave. He's asking me to leave after I've been sexually harassed.
I'm just asking.
You're asking me to leave after I've been sexually harassed. Did you ask him to leave? Did you ask him to leave? Did you ask him to? Are you following him? Did you ask him to stop sexually harassing me? What is your name? What is your name? What is your name? What is your name?
Ma'am.
What is your name? You work for the city. We are here in a public place. You need to tell me what your name is.
My name is Tanel.
Yeah.
And I
Tanel
work for a
what?
security firm. I do
Tanel
not work
what?
for a city, okay?
You
And
work for us, so you don't work for us. So that means I don't have to do what you want. You don't work for us. That means I don't have to do what you
Stop
want.
raising your voice at me.
What is your name?
Right
What is
now
your
you are
name?
breaking our building rules. You're being
No,
disorderly.
sorry. No. What is your name? What is your name? What is your name?
I've already told you my name.
What is your no, you haven't. What is your full name? What is your full name and what company do you work for? What is
I
your
work for
full name?
Universal Protection. My name is Tanel Stefanescu.
Why are you questioning her?
And when
I'm just asking.
You
Ma'am,
are questioning
ma'am,
the wrong person.
He
I'm
just
not
said
questioning
he
anyone.
just said
All I'm
that he
saying
works.
is that
He just
we're
said
being
that he works
disorderly.
for a security company,
We're
not the
disrupting the
city.
meeting.
So I don't have to do what he wants. So fuck off. Who are you? Who are you? Did you go after the person who sexually harassed me? Did you go off? This is Universal Protection Security Service. Notice how they didn't get the cops here. Notice how they didn't get the cops here today. They just got some more cops basically. So why did you do nothing about the person who sexually harassed me? I made it very clear he just sexually harassed me. Why did you not go up to him and tell him to stop? Why did you not do that?
You want to de-escalate?
Why did you not do that? Why did you not do that?
You deal with the gentleman.
The gentleman's gone already.
He was a gentleman. He was.
Why are you here? Why are you still here?
Because we're being really loud and we're disrupting.
Is being loud a crime?
It is in our building, ma'am.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
She's standing up for herself.
I understand,
She
ma'am.
is standing
No, you
up.
don't. You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything.
So this got a lot of attention online, just so you know. And so then she responded because she was quite intensely criticized. So here's her response. Now I want you to listen to how she speaks.
My name is Zana, and I'm doing this video because we need to talk. It's become clear to me that a great deal of us suffer from the illness of patriarchy, and it's not just the men who suffer. Women can be patriarchal too.
Women? Really? But why would they be patriarchal? Towards who? Other women? That's so stupid.
So many things in our system today come from patriarchy, including racism, colonialism, capitalism, classism, and of course, sexism.
Wow, she thinks she knows everything. Guess all these experts with their degrees can just go home. One thing to remember, though, it's hard to see something when we're really close to it. We have to step back sometimes, look at a system critically to see what others might be seeing. I wonder if she's done that.
I'm a woman of color, so I'm going to talk about my experience. But many other marginalized people, such as indigenous peoples and queer and transgender people and gender non-conforming people, will have their own thoughts on this also.
Indigenous who? And what the hell is gender non-conforming? What are all these labels? What is she even talking about?
Why does this woman think she can speak for everyone? I mean, who the hell is she anyways? What a drama queen.
The challenge is that it is very hard for those who are marginalized, such as women of color, to express how they feel without being called the angry brown woman, or the angry black woman, or the nagging woman, or crazy.
My God, she just won't stop talking. But sometimes I do wonder what women of color are thinking when I make a crass racial or sexual joke in front of them, and then I say, just kidding. And then afterwards, why do they always turn me down when I ask them to dinner?
It's because of a phenomenon called white fragility and male fragility. White liberals and men in general have been told over and over again that if they just never use the N-word and they never talk about race and they never physically molest anyone, then they're not racist or sexist. So when I point out that actually the system of power we live in ensures that all white people are racist and all men are sexist because they profit from a system that marginalizes people of color and non-males, they attack me, just as they've attacked women of color for centuries to retain their power structure.
Whoa! She's the sexist one. She's the racist one. Why does she hate me?
Yeah, so I make more money because I'm a man, and I have a lot of privilege, and my voice matters in every sphere of life, but I didn't ask for that. That doesn't make me racist or sexist.
She talks as if men don't have any problems. I haven't had a raise in 3 years.
I mean, yeah, I haven't spoken up for women or done anything constructive to help women or people of color, and I take my privileges without question, and I live happily in my own little bubble, but that doesn't mean that I profit from their suffering. It's not my fault they're marginalized. I didn't marginalize them, so why should I do anything to help them? Just because I make more money and have access to all the education and resources and housing and jobs.
Recently, I was sexually harassed by a man in public on camera, and the news stations posted the video without my permission with the question, "Do you consider this sexual harassment?" This led to a lot of people attacking me and going after me all over social media. This is what patriarchy does. It causes everyone to attack the victim, the one who is most vulnerable. This protects the system of power, which is male sexual dominance.
How do we even know she's telling the truth about sexual harassment? I saw that video and the online reactions from all the men, and yeah, they were threatening rape and violence and death, all while accusing her of overreacting. But just because she's putting her physical safety on the line to talk about this doesn't mean she's right.
Their main complaint was that I raised my voice. They questioned my sanity because I spoke up. A patriarchal society wants women to shut up.
Okay, so now the next thing that happened was she started a funding campaign to help her out and get her to spread her message. So, okay, so that was interesting. And then what happened was this guy here decided that he was going to start a funding campaign for Humongous. And so he started a funding campaign on a website devoted to funding such projects, and they shut him down. So then he started another funding campaign, and he raised $140,000. And so this is his interview with Humongous.
Let me turn up my mic, Rudy, and let's see if that helps you. Is this better?
What was that?
Is that better?
Oh yeah, that's better.
So you said you were working this morning, blowing leaves?
Yes, I was in downtown in Seattle blowing.
What a salt of the earth, man. Just got pledged $130,000 and he's out there blowing some fucking leaves. Y'all can learn something from your boy Humongous here. God damn.
You know, we got a new president, but that doesn't mean that the leaves don't need to be still picked up.
Rudy, how you feeling right now, dude?
I feel loved. I am really, truly grateful. I mean, last weekend I was no truck, broke down, ready for the eviction. I'm looking out at the sky, and I'm thinking, I think I'm kind of screwed today. So I took myself down to a church, and I went and prayed. I went and did confession, but my confession didn't meet the criteria at the church. So I swear to God.
What does that mean?
Means the father stepped out of the confession room.
What?
He said, "Oh no," he says, "Excuse me, but we're going to have to maybe do this after Mass." And he walked me to the door, and I said, "Is there a certain way to confess my sins so maybe I can
get a little help from somebody? God, I mean, I'm just asking God for help." And the dude's like, "Nah, not here. We don't want your ass here." I never heard of such a thing.
It's actually really funny. It's one of those things that make you go, And then I went out the front door, and I waited till I got off the church property, and I said, "What the F was that?" So I went up, being humongous. I'm thinking I'm hungry after that. But I see Taco Bell. Yeah, I go over and I've got 75 cents, and I'm thinking, I wonder if I could. I was a little short on that one, and I'm going. I think I'm going to try another church. Halfway between the Mexican restaurant, Larson's Bakery, and the church I was going to, I get a call from you.
Wow, are you serious?
I swear to God, I am not kidding.
That's actually incredible.
I go, hello? Hey.
I remember you said when I called you, you didn't know it was me, and you're like, I swear to God, I'm having a midlife crisis. And then you, like as if you were speaking to yourself, and then you said, hey, who is this? Do you remember that?
I remember that, yeah. And I thought you were somebody else.
Okay.
And
yeah.
so you said, I'm packed off because that lady is getting funded, and I'm going to fund you because it's not fair how she's degraded you. And I'm going, I'm going to keep going to that church.
Apparently, I'm God's messenger. I was out of my control the whole time. God bless, Papa bless.
Don't do that stuff.
Okay, you're actually ascending to heaven right now, it looks like. I think God is trying to tell us something right now because the sun, there's a stairway to heaven coming out right from the top left side.
Oh, there's the light.
There's the light. God finally answered your prayers.
I really sure has. Ethan, you have, and those across America and around the world. I really want to. I can't really put it into words other than that I realize that what I've learned from others, I'm carrying that message of down with dope, up with hope.
I feel like if there was a Bible written today, I almost feel like that story would be in there. Humongous left the church in despair, walked to Taco Bell with 75 cents in his pocket, and as he realized he didn't have enough for a taco, he got a ring up not from Ethan, but from the spirit of Papa John, who worked through him in mysterious ways.
And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go drop $300 off to that church's children's sports program, just because. Make Humongous a opportunity to help pull people up and not tear them down. No hate, let's date. God, I want to make it clear, the people that supported me in this effort, fiscally, I will not abuse this. I'm not going to turn into some raging drunk that you're going to see on freaking Nightline.
Yeah. God, that's honestly our worst nightmare. We're all going to be like, oh, fuck, what do we do?
I've already done that stuff when I was in my 20s. I'm 52. There's no way. Absolutely.
Well, we'll be following you on Facebook now.
Okay.
Right? We'll be watching the Humongous Journey.
And God bless you all from this country and around the world. I'm just absolutely grateful.
So this is from the Gulag Archipelago. One of my informants has told me how executions were carried out at Adak, a camp on the Pechora River. They would take the opposition members with their things out of the camp compound on a prisoner transport at night, and outside the compound stood the small house of the third section. The condemned men were taken into a room one at a time, and there the camp guards sprang on them. Their mouths were stuffed with something soft, and their arms were bound with cords behind their backs. And see, these were political prisoners who opposed the Soviet system. The condemned men, then they were led out into the courtyard where harnessed carts were waiting. The bound prisoners were piled on the carts from 5 to 7 at a time and driven off to the Gorka, the camp cemetery. On arrival, they were tipped into big pits that had already been prepared and buried alive. Not out of brutality. No. It had been ascertained that when dragging and lifting them, it was much easier to cope with living people than with corpses. The work went on for many nights at Adak, and that is how the moral, political unity of our party was achieved. This is from Viktor Frankl, from his experiences in the Nazi concentration camps. The most ghastly moment of the 24 hours of camp life was the awakening when, at a still nocturnal hour, the 3 shrill blows of a whistle tore us pitilessly from our exhausted sleep and from the longings in our dreams. We then began the tussle with our wet shoes, into which we could scarcely force our feet, which were swollen and sore with edema. And there were the usual moans and groans about petty troubles, such as the snapping of wires which replaced shoelaces. One morning I heard someone whom I knew to be brave and dignified cry like a child because he finally had to go to the snowy marching grounds in his bare feet, as his shoes were too shrunken for him to wear. In those ghastly moments, I found a little bit of comfort, a small piece of bread which I drew out of my pocket and munched with absorbed delight. From Solzhenitsyn. In cold lower than 60 degrees below zero, work days were written off. In other words, on such days the records showed that the workers had not gone out to work because 60 below was the cutoff for work. But they chased them out anyways, and whatever they squeezed out of them on those days was added to the other days, thereby raising the percentages. And the servile medical section wrote off those who froze to death on such cold days on some other basis. And the ones who were left, who could no longer walk and were straining every sinew to crawl along on all fours on the way back to camp, the convoy simply shot so that they wouldn't escape before they could come back to get them. This is from William Blake. O Rose, thou art sick. The invisible worm that flies in the night, in the howling storm, hath found out thy bed of crimson joy, and his dark secret love does thy life destroy. Solzhenitsyn. Macbeth's self-justifications for his murders were feeble, and his conscience devoured him. Even Iago was a little lamb too. The imagination and spiritual strength of Shakespeare's evildoers stopped short at a dozen corpses. That was because they had no ideology. Ideology. That is what gives evil doing its long-sought justification and gives the evildoer the necessary steadfastness and determination. That is the social theory, which helps to make this act, his act, seem good instead of bad in his own and others' eyes. That was how the agents of the Inquisition fortified their wills by invoking Christianity, the conquerors of foreign lands by extolling the grandeur of their motherland, the colonizers by civilization, the Nazis by race, and the Jacobins, early and late, by equality, brotherhood, and the happiness of future generations. Without evildoers, there would have been no archipelago. Fire. Fire. The branches crackle, and the night wind of late autumn blows the flame of the bonfire back and forth. The compound is dark. I am alone at the bonfire, and I can bring it still some more carpenter shavings. The compound here is a privileged one, so privileged that it is almost as if I were out in freedom. This is an island of paradise. This is the Marfino Sharashka, a scientific institute staffed with prisoners in its most privileged period. No one is overseeing me, calling me to a cell, chasing me away from the bonfire, and even then it is chilly in the penetrating wind. But she, who has already been standing in the wind for hours, her arms straight down, her head drooping, weeping, then growing numb and still. And then again she begs piteously, "Citizen Chief, please forgive me. I won't do it again." The wind carries her moan to me, just as if she were moaning next to my ear. The citizen chief of the gatehouse fires up his stove and does not answer. This was the gatehouse of the camp next to us, from which workers came into our compound to lay water pipes and to repair the old ramshackle seminary building. Across from me, beyond the artfully intertwined, many-stranded barbed wire barricade, and 2 steps away from the gatehouse, beneath a bright lantern, stood the punished girl, head hanging, the wind tugging at her gray work skirt, her feet growing numb from the cold, a thin scarf over her head. It had been warm during the day when they had been digging a ditch on our territory. And another girl, slipping down into a ravine, had crawled her way to the Vladikino highway and escaped. The guard had bungled, and Moscow city buses ran right along the highway. When they caught on, it was too late to catch her, and they raised the alarm. A mean, dark major arrived and shouted that if they failed to catch the girl, the entire camp would be deprived of visits and parcels for a whole month because of her escape. And the woman brigadiers went into a rage, and they were all shouting, one of them in particular, who kept viciously rolling her eyes. Oh, I hope they catch her, the bitch. I hope they take scissors and clip, 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 take off all her hair in front of the lineup. This wasn't something she had thought up herself. This was the way they punished women in the Gulag. But the girl, who was now standing outside the gatehouse in the cold, had sighed and said instead, at least she can have a good time out in freedom for all of us. The jailer overheard what she had said, and she was now being punished. Everyone else had been taken off to the camp, but she had been set outside there to stand at attention in front of the gatehouse. This had been at 6 p.m., and now it was 11 p.m. She tried to shift from one foot to another, but the guard stuck out his head and shouted, "Stand at attention, whore, or else it will be worse for you." And now she was not moving, only weeping. "Forgive me, Citizen Chief. Let me into the camp. I won't do it anymore." But even in the camp, no one was about to say to her, "All right, idiot, come on in." The reason they were keeping her out there for so long was that the next day was Sunday, and she would not be needed for work. Such a straw, blonde, naive, uneducated slip of a girl. She'd been imprisoned for some spool of thread. What a dangerous thought you expressed there, little sister. They want to teach you a lesson for the rest of your life. Fire. Fire. We fought the war, and we looked into the bonfires to see what kind of victory it would be. The wind wafted a glowing husk from the bonfire. To that flame in you, girl, I promise, the whole wide world will read about you. This is from John Milton from Paradise Lost. For whence, but from the author of all ill, could spring so deep a malice to confound the race of mankind in one root, and earth with hell to mingle and involve, done all to spite the great Creator. I shall despair. There is no creature loves me, and if I die, no soul will pity me. Nay, wherefore should they, since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself? That's Shakespeare. Solzhenitsyn describes the reactions and actions of staunch Communist Party members imprisoned and devoured by the system they supported and produced. Frequently, the camp system vacuumed people up, really without any concern whatsoever for the niceties of individual guilt or innocence. As far as Stalin and his henchmen were concerned, there was probably something that you were guilty about at some point in your past, and there were no shortage of people to inform on you, regardless of whether you had done anything. So one of the things that used to happen in the collective apartment buildings, of which there were nowhere near enough of, so multiple families would end up living in the same tiny apartment, was that if you could inform on someone down the hall who, maybe refused to return the quarter cup of salt you had lent them or something like that, if you would inform on them and their family would be carted away to the concentration camp system, then you got to have their apartment. And so in East Germany, at the height of the Soviet system, one out of every three people was a government informer. And so that meant if you had a family of 6 people, there were 2 people in every room that you were ever in who were ready to say to the authorities anything you ever had the temerity to speak, and perhaps to tell them all sorts of things that you didn't even do, because there was a requirement, if you were an informer, to ensure that you had something to say every time you came in to inform. Well, it didn't matter if you were a devout communist, because from time to time your door would be kicked down at 3 a.m. in the morning, and people would come in with jackboots and get you dressed as rapidly as they possibly could and take you away when you were still half awake to the prison in the middle of the city and strip you of your clothes and give you things that didn't fit and shave your head and take you off to a camp, and you'd never get to see your family again. And that happened to millions of people. And it happened to staunch communists just like it happened to people who, in principle, were opposed to the system. And Solzhenitsyn thought that the staunch Communist Party members who were thrown into the camps had the worst time of it of everyone, because the people who'd already decided that the system was corrupt weren't really surprised when it happened, even though it was still terrible. But the Communist Party members had given their whole life to the system, and then they were picked up just like everyone else. And he had a very hard time with them when they came to prison, because most of them assumed that a terrible mistake had been made, and that if they just wrote the right people and contacted their former friends, who would now, by the way, have nothing to do with them, that the error would be rectified and they soon would be released. So they also assumed that everyone else in the camps was completely guilty and was there for good reason, because otherwise the beloved party wouldn't have put them there. But for some reason they had been imprisoned because they were innocent, despite the fact that they were innocent. And Solzhenitsyn and his friends used to play a game with people like that, because he didn't exactly know how to treat them, because on the one hand they were victims, certainly, but on the other hand they were part of the system that had perpetrated precisely the horrors that were visited on them. And so when they first came in and were still chock full of communist dogma and totalitarian thought and judgmental in every possible way, him and his friends would have fun pointing out all the shortages and catastrophes of the Soviet system, and then let them run through their algorithmic ideology and to the point of absurdity, and then really not spend much time communicating with them until they broke down and decided that things weren't so good for them or everybody else, and more or less entered the common run of humanity once again. To say that things were hard for them is to say almost nothing. They were incapable of assimilating such a blow, such a downfall, and from their own people too, from their own dear party, and from all appearances for nothing at all. After all, they'd been guilty of nothing as far as the party was concerned. Nothing at all. It was painful for them to such a degree that it was considered taboo among them, uncomradely, to ask, "What were you imprisoned for?" The only squeamish generation of prisoners. The rest of us, with tongues hanging out, couldn't wait to tell the story to every chance newcomer we met, and to the whole cell, as if it were an anecdote. Here is the sort of people they were. Olga Sliozberg's husband had already been arrested, and they had come to carry out a search, and arrest her too. The search lasted 4 hours. And she spent those remaining 4 hours sorting out the minutes of the Congress of Stakhanovites of the bristle and brush industry, of which she had been secretary until the previous day. The incomplete state of the minutes troubled her more than her children, who she was now leaving forever. Even the interrogator conducting the search could not resist telling her, "Come on now, say farewell to your children." Here is the sort of people they were. A letter from her 15-year-old daughter came to Yelizaveta Tsetkova in the Kazan prison for long-term prisoners. "Mama, tell me, write to me, are you guilty or not? I hope you weren't guilty, because then I won't join the Komsomol." So that was the Soviet youth organization. "I won't join the Komsomol, and I won't forgive them because of you. But if you are guilty, I won't write you anymore, and I will hate you." And the mother was stricken by remorse in her damp, grave-like cell with its dim little lamp. How could her daughter live without the Komsomol? How could she be permitted to hate Soviet power? Better that she should hate me. And she wrote, "I am guilty. Enter the Komsomol." How could it be anything but hard? It was more than the human heart could bear to fall beneath the beloved axe and then have to justify its wisdom. But that is the price a man pays for entrusting his God-given soul to human dogma. Even today, any Orthodox communist will affirm that Tsetkova acted correctly. Even today, they cannot be convinced that this is precisely the perversion of small forces, that the mother perverted her daughter and harmed her soul. Here's the sort of people they were. YT gave sincere testimony against her husband, anything to aid the party. Oh, how one could pity them, if at least now they had come to comprehend their former wretchedness. This whole chapter could have been written quite differently if today they had at least forsaken their earlier views. But it happened the way Maria Danielin had dreamed it would. If I leave here someday, I'm going to live as if nothing had taken place. Loyalty, in our view, it is just plain pig-headedness. These devotees to the theory of development construed loyalty to that development to mean renunciation of any personal development whatsoever. As Nikolai Adamovich Vilenchuk said after serving 17 years, we believed in the party and we were not mistaken. Is this loyalty or pig-headedness? It was not for show and not out of hypocrisy that they argued in the cells in defense of all the government's actions. They needed ideological arguments in order to hold onto a sense of their own rightness. Otherwise, insanity was not far off. I'm going to tell you a story. There's a story in Genesis. It's the last story in Genesis. It's called the Tower of Babel. It's a story, very short story. And it occurs after the story of Noah and the flood. The flood stories, by the way, are universally distributed except among desert dwellers who have no experience on which to hang the story. And Mircea Eliade, who wrote a great series of books called A History of Religious Ideas, documented the central narrative structure of flood stories. And so what happens is that there's a human settlement and it's washed away by a flood, and the flood is generally envisioned as a consequence of God's judgment. And so if you take the flood stories that are distributed worldwide and you boil them down to pull out their archetypal substructure, you find that there are fundamentally two reasons that a flood occurs. And Eliade says that it's the tendency of things to fall apart combined with the proclivity of human beings to sin. And so it means something. This means something. And so it means that everything is subject to entropic decay, right? Things fall apart of their own accord across time. That's why you have to always fix things. So if it's complicated, it has to be maintained. And so you can think about that in relationship to, say, New Orleans before the hurricane. Because people say, well, the hurricane caused a flood and that destroyed much of New Orleans. And so that's an act of God. That's one way of looking at it, right? It's a random natural event. But then you think, well, wait a minute. The Dutch, their country's mostly underwater, right? So they have these huge dikes to keep the sea back. And they build the dikes so that only one storm every 10,000 years will be of sufficient magnitude to partially breach the dikes. That's their engineering tolerance level. One storm in every 10,000 years. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers knew that the dikes in New Orleans were built to withstand one storm every 100 years, the biggest storm every 100 years. And people knew that they weren't built to proper tolerance, and much of the money that was hypothetically supposed to be diverted or assigned to the rebuilding and maintenance of the dikes disappeared because of corruption in New Orleans, which is in one of the most corrupt states in the United States. And so you might say, well, why did the flood destroy New Orleans? And one answer is, well, it was a hurricane. And the other answer is, no, it was corrupt officials who weren't paying attention to what they were supposed to be paying attention to. And the flood came, and that's the meaning of the stories, because of the sins of men, so to speak, which is the capacity of people to turn a blind eye to their responsibilities when they know perfectly well that something needs to be done. And so if you don't do what needs to be done and something comes along to wipe you out, then it's perfectly reasonable to view that as a judgment on your refusal to do what you knew to be right. So that's the flood story. And then the Tower of Babel is a very interesting story. It's very, very short. And what happens is that it just starts pretty much abruptly after the flood story ends. And it's a story about the decision that human beings take to build a mighty building, like a huge, huge edifice that would reach all the way up to the heavens to supplant God, roughly speaking. And so what happens is the building is built higher and higher and higher and higher, and God gets annoyed about this and divides everyone who's building the building into small groups who speak different languages, who then disperse and the construction project comes to a halt. Now, it's a very strange story, but here's one way of thinking about it. The larger you build a system, the more there's a proclivity to worship it as if it's everything. That's the story of ideology, let's say. You want to build a comprehensive utopian system that supplants anything transcendent. You want to build it as large as possible so it encompasses everyone. Well, what happens as it grows? Well, it incorporates more and more people, but the people within it become more and more different from one another. And so, essentially, they start speaking different languages. And so the entire project of raising this massive edifice to supplant everything disperses into chaos and comes to a halt. Okay, so that's one story. So here's another story. This is a story that John Milton wrote. John Milton wrote Paradise Lost, which is one of the prime literary masterpieces of the last 500 years. Now, here's what Milton did. Milton said he was trying to justify the ways of God to man. That was his purpose. And so what he was trying to do was take a look at the world the way it's constituted, with all its suffering and malevolence and corruption, and to make a case why it was still acceptable. And so he did the first, what you might think about as psychoanalytic study of malevolence and evil. So around the corpus of biblical writings, there's an idea of heaven and hell, and they're not referred to much within the corpus of biblical writings, but there are what you might describe as legends that have compiled around them. So they're stories that never became canonical, and those are stories, for example, of the idea that God's highest angel, who was Satan, Lucifer, the bringer of light, the spirit of rationality, fomented a rebellion against God in heaven and was cast into hell as a consequence. And so there's this idea, Milton wrote this before the rise of the nation states, for example, and there's this idea that there's this tension between the political and ideological and rational constructions of the rational mind and the sort of transcendent mythology that guides human organization, and that Satan, as God's highest, as the highest angel in God's heavenly kingdom, is a personification of the tendency of the rational mind to produce totalitarian systems and then to fall in love with them. So to produce a system that encompasses everything, like the Tower of Babel, so that nothing outside the system is allowed to exist. Well, Milton's intuition, because he collected the stories about satanic rebellion that had been accumulating across centuries from far before Christianity was even constituted, turned this into a great poetic drama. And his hypothesis was that the element of the psyche, let's say, the spiritual element of the psyche that characterized the rational mind, would, by its proclivity to produce these totalizing systems, end up casting itself into hell. And so you could think about it as a prophetic visualization of what was going to come down the centuries after Milton wrote. Because the poets get there before the philosophers. The artists get there maybe before the poets. The philosophers follow in their wake. The poets are the people who have the visions of what's coming farthest down the road. So this is from Milton. This is describing Satan after he's cast into hell because of his rebellion, his totalitarian, the consequence of his totalitarian rationalism. For now the thought both of lost happiness and lasting pain torments him. Round he throws his baleful eyes that witnessed huge affliction and dismay mixed with obdurate pride and steadfast hate. At once, as far as angels can, he views the dismal situation, waste and wild, a dungeon horrible, on all sides round, as one great furnace flamed, yet from those flames no light, but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe, regions of sorrow, doleful shades where peace and rest can never dwell. Hope never comes that comes to all, but torture without end still urges, and a fiery deluge fed with ever-burning sulfur unconsumed. Such place eternal justice had prepared for those rebellious. Here their prison ordained, in utter darkness, and their portion set, as far removed from God and light of heaven as from the center thrice to the utmost pole. It's an existentialist claim, or maybe it's the existentialist claim, that the conditions of human life are such that suffering is an integral part of existence. Now, it's an important thing to understand. It's also a viewpoint shared by the bulk of the great religious systems of the world. Life is suffering. Why? Well, one reason is because of society's arbitrary judgment, right? Every single one of us has traits and features and quirks and idiosyncrasies that are far from ideal and that are judged by the standards of society as insufficient. And so you suffer because of your imperfect insufficiency in the eyes of others. And you can certainly make the claim that fairly frequently that's arbitrary. And so that's the claim that society is tyrannical and judgmental and needs to be constantly reconstituted so that the tyrannical element doesn't take full control. And fair enough, you have to stay awake so that that doesn't happen. But the thing is, it doesn't matter what society it is, although they vary in the degree of their tyranny. The mere fact that you're grouped together with other people and have to come up with a common value structure in order to live together means that many of the things that characterize you are going to be suboptimal. And so the price you pay for social being is that much of you is deemed insufficient. Now, hopefully there are various ways that you can be within a society that's sufficiently diverse so that you can find a place where what's good about you in the eyes of others and perhaps in your own eyes can flourish of its own accord. Because you don't have to be good at everything. If you can be good at one thing well enough, that might allow you your niche. And hopefully a healthy society allows for that. Certainly societies can become so tyrannical that they don't. So you can lay one source of human suffering at the feet of tyrannical social structures, but the other element of it, clearly, is the mere fact of the arbitrariness of the natural world. Like you have a lifespan that's going to be counted in the number of decades that you can count on two hands. And that has nothing to do, technically, with the tyranny of the social structure. Now you could say, if we got our act together more completely, perhaps you could live longer, and fair enough, but the fact of the limits of your lifespan and the suffering that's necessarily a consequence of that, the death of your parents and the death of most people that you will know before you, means that that part of suffering is an integral part of existence itself. And so that can't be laid at the feet of an insufficient social structure except insofar as it's tyrannical and blind. It's a condition of existence. And then by the same token, you have your own responsibility for some of your unnecessary suffering, because there's things you could be doing to make your life better and to make life better for other people that you know perfectly well that you're not doing. And so if you stopped doing all the unnecessary things that make your life bad, then it would improve to some degree that is not really computable because you don't know how far you could push that. So there's three reasons why you suffer, and one is, well, look at you and the way you're built. It's inevitable. There's not very much of you and there's a lot of everything else. And so you just don't last that long, and you're fragile across multiple domains, and then you're harshly treated by society, and there's no doubt about that. And then there's responsibility that can be laid at your own feet. Well, the existential take on that, and the thing that all these diverse people that we've been talking about, including Viktor Frankl and including Aleksandr Solzhenitsyn, as well as Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and Dostoevsky, and the people that I've already talked to you about, is that the proper pathway through that is to adopt the mode of authentic being. And that is something like refusing to participate in the lie, in deception in the lie, to orient your speech as much as you can towards the truth, and to take responsibility for your own life and perhaps also for the lives of other people. And there's something about that that's meaningful and responsible and noble, but also serves to mitigate the very suffering that produces, say, the nihilism or the flee into the arms of or the escape into the arms of totalitarians to begin with. You need something to shelter you against your own vulnerability. And you can adopt a comprehensive description of reality that's formulated for you by someone else that neatly divides the world into those who are innocent and perhaps innocent victims, and those who are guilty and perhaps the perpetrators of the suffering. But none of that has anything to do with you, and in addition, it's simply not a reasonable way of assessing the world. The suffering is built in. So that's why there's an existentialist insistence upon that. So that for the Freudians, the psychoanalysts, and even for people like Carl Rogers to some degree, if you're in a situation that's characterized by psychopathology, if there's something wrong with you mentally, that's a consequence of something gone wrong. But that's not the existentialist take. The existentialist take is, no, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. You don't have to necessarily have done anything wrong for things to get completely out of control. It's a terrifying doctrine, but it's not a hopeless doctrine, because it still says that there's a way forward, there's a pathway forward, and the pathway forward is to adopt a mode of being that has some nobility, so that you can tolerate yourself and perhaps even have some respect for yourself as someone who's capable of standing up in the face of that terrible vulnerability and suffering, and that the pathway forward, as far as the existentialists are concerned, is by, well, certainly by the avoidance of deceit, particularly in language, but also by the adoption of responsibility for the conditions of existence and some attempt on your part to actually rectify them. And the thing that's so interesting about that is, well, two, as far as I'm concerned, and some of this is from clinical experience, you know, if you take people, and I've told you this, and you expose them voluntarily to things that they are avoiding and are afraid of, you know, that they know they need to overcome in order to meet their goals, their self-defined goals. If you can teach people to stand up in the face of the things they're afraid of, they get stronger. And you don't know what the upper limits to that are, because you might ask yourself, like, if for 10 years, if you didn't avoid doing what you knew you needed to do, by your own definitions, right, within the value structure that you've created, to the degree that you've done that, what would you be like? Well, you know, there are remarkable people who come into the world from time to time, and there are people who do find out over decades-long periods what they could be like if they were who they were, if they spoke their being forward. And they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and we don't know the limits to that. We do not know the limits to that. And so you could say, well, in part, perhaps the reason that you're suffering unbearably can be left at your feet, because you're not everything you could be, and you know it. And of course, that's a terrible thing to admit, and it's a terrible thing to consider, but there's real promise in it, right? Because it means that perhaps there's another way that you could look at the world, and another way that you could act in the world, so what it would reflect back to you would be much better than what it reflects back to you now. And then the second part of that is, well, imagine that many people did that, because we've done a lot as human beings. We've done a lot of remarkable things, and I've told you already, I think before, that today, for example, about 250,000 people will be lifted out of abject poverty, and about 300,000 people attached to the electrical power grid. We're lifting people out of poverty collectively at a faster rate that's ever occurred in the history of humankind by a huge margin. And that's been going on unbelievably quickly since the year 2000. The UN had planned to have poverty between 2000 and 2015, and it was accomplished by 2013. So there's inequality developing in many places, and you hear lots of political agitation about that. But overall, the tide is lifting everyone up, and that's a great thing. And we have no idea how fast we could multiply that if people got their act together and really aimed at it. Because, you know, my experience is with people that we're probably running at about 51% of our capacity. I mean, you can think about this yourselves. I often ask undergraduates how many hours a day you waste, or how many hours a week you waste. And the classic answer is something like 4 to 6 hours a day. You know, inefficient studying, watching things on YouTube that not only do you not want to watch, that you don't even care about, that make you feel horrible about watching after you're done. That's probably 4 hours right there. You know, you think, well, that's 25 hours a week. It's 100 hours a month. That's 2.5 full work weeks. It's half a year of work weeks per year. And if your time is worth $20 an hour, which is a radical underestimate, it's probably more like 50 if you think about it in terms of deferred wages. If you're wasting 20 hours a week, you're wasting $50,000 a year. And you are doing that right now. And it's because you're young, wasting $50,000 a year is a way bigger catastrophe than it would be for me to waste it, because I'm not going to last nearly as long. And so if your life isn't everything it could be, you could ask yourself, well, what would happen if you just stopped wasting the opportunities that are in front of you? You'd be who knows how much more efficient. 10 times more efficient. 20 times more efficient. That's the Pareto distribution. You have no idea how efficient people get. It's off the charts. Well, and if we all got our act together collectively and stopped making things worse, because that's another thing people do all the time, not only do they not do what they should to make things better, they actively attempt to make things worse because they're spiteful or resentful or arrogant or deceitful or homicidal or genocidal or all of those things all bundled together in an absolutely pathological package. If people stopped really, really trying just to make things worse, we have no idea how much better they would get just because of that. So there's this weird dynamic that's part of the existential system of ideas between human vulnerability, social judgment, both of which are major causes of suffering, and the failure of individuals to adopt the responsibility that they know they should adopt. And that's the thing that's interesting too, is that, and like another thing I've often asked my undergraduate classes is, you know, there's this idea that people have a conscience. And you know what the conscience is. It's this feeling or voice you have in your head just before you do something that you know is stupid, telling you that probably you shouldn't do that stupid thing. You don't have to listen to it, strangely enough. But you go ahead and do it anyways, and then, of course, exactly what the conscience told you was going to happen inevitably happens, so that you feel even stupider about it than you would if it happened by accident. Because you know, I knew this was going to happen, I got a warning it was going to happen, and I went and did it anyways. And the funny thing, too, is that conscience operates within people, and we really don't understand what the hell that is. So you might say, well, what would happen if you abided by your conscience for 5 years or for 10 years? What sort of position might you be in? What sort of family might you have? What sort of relationship might you be able to forge? And you can be bloody sure that a relationship that's forged on the basis of who you actually are is going to be a lot stronger and more welcome than one that's forged on the basis of who you aren't. Now, of course, that means that the person you're with has to deal with the full force of you in all your ability and your catastrophe, and that's a very, very difficult thing to negotiate. But if you do negotiate it, well, at least you have something, you have somewhere solid to stand, and you have somewhere to live, you have a real life. And it's a great basis upon which to bring children into the world, for example, because you can have an actual relationship with them instead of torturing them half to death, which is what happens in a tremendously large minority of cases. Well, it's more than that too, because, and this is what I'll close with, and this is why I wanted to introduce Solzhenitsyn's writings to you. You see, because it isn't merely that your fate depends on whether or not you get your act together and to what degree you decide that you're going to live out your own genuine being. It isn't only your fate, it's the fate of everyone that you're networked with. And so, you know, you think, well, there's 7 billion people in the world. We're going to peak at about 9 billion, by the way, and then it'll decline rapidly. But 7 billion people in the world, and who are you? You're just one little dust mote among that 7 billion. And so it really doesn't matter what you do or don't do, but that's simply not the case. It's the wrong model, because you're at the center of a network. You're a node in a network. Of course, that's even more true now that we have social media. You'll know 1,000 people, at least over the course of your life. And they'll know 1,000 people each, and that puts you one person away from 1 million, and 2 persons away from 1 billion. And so that's how you're connected. And the things you do, they're like dropping a stone in a pond. The ripples move outward, and they affect things in ways that you can't fully comprehend. And it means that the things that you do and that you don't do are far more important than you think. And so if you act that way, of course, the terror of realizing that is that it actually starts to matter what you do. And you might say, well, that's better than living a meaningless existence. It's better for it to matter. But I mean, if you really asked yourself, would you be so sure if you had the choice? I can live with no responsibility whatsoever. The price I pay is that nothing matters. Or I can reverse it and everything matters. But I have to take the responsibility that's associated with that. It's not so obvious to me that people would take the meaningful path. You know, when you say, well, nihilists suffer dreadfully because there's no meaning in their life and they still suffer. Yeah, but the advantage is they have no responsibility. So that's the payoff, and I actually think that's the motivation. Say, well, I can't help being nihilistic. All my belief systems have collapsed. It's like, yeah, maybe. Maybe you've just allowed them to collapse because it's a hell of a lot easier than acting them out. And the price you pay is some meaningless suffering, but you can always whine about that and people will feel sorry for you, and you have the option of taking the pathway of the martyr, so that's a pretty good deal, all things considered, especially when the alternative is to bear your burden properly and to live forthrightly in the world. Well, what Solzhenitsyn figured out, and so many people in the 20th century, it's not just him, even though he's the best example, is that if you live a pathological life, you pathologize your society. And if enough people do that, then it's hell. Really. Really. And you can read the Gulag Archipelago if you have the fortitude to do that, and you'll see exactly what hell is like. And then you can decide if that's a place you'd like to visit, or even more importantly, if it's a place you'd like to visit and take all your family and friends. Because that's what happened in the 20th century.
The interrogator's question hung in the Moscow basement like poisoned air. Will you confess to crimes you did not commit? In that moment, Aleksandr Solzhenitsyn faced the same choice that millions before him had confronted in Stalin's dungeons. Most said yes. Most signed the papers, denounced their friends, and disappeared into the machinery of state terror. Solzhenitsyn said no. That refusal became the seed of an intellectual revolution that would eventually topple the Soviet Empire and redefine how humanity understands the relationship between truth, power, and the human soul. What emerged from 8 years in the Gulag was not merely another critique of communism, but a complete moral philosophy forged in the crucible of absolute oppression. Solzhenitsyn discovered principles so fundamental that they apply equally to Soviet gulags, American boardrooms, and the quiet compromises we make in our own hearts every day. His ideas cut through the comfortable lies that every society tells itself about its own goodness. They reveal uncomfortable truths about human nature that neither left nor right, neither religious nor secular authorities want to acknowledge. Yet these truths possess a transformative power that continues to reshape lives and nations decades after his death. Part 1. The Architecture of Evil and the Collapse of Moral Categories. The most dangerous idea Solzhenitsyn brought back from the camps was this: evil is not a political problem, but an anthropological one. He shattered the foundational assumption of modern politics, namely that human suffering stems from wrong systems, bad ideologies, or defective institutions. Instead, he discovered that the capacity for evil lives within every human heart as a permanent possibility. This insight destroys all utopian thinking and places moral responsibility squarely on individual shoulders where no political reform can reach. The revelation came through direct observation of human behavior under extreme conditions. Solzhenitsyn watched educated communists become savage informants, while illiterate peasants displayed heroic moral courage. He saw religious believers betray their deepest convictions, while atheists died for principles they could barely articulate. The determining factor was not education, ideology, social class, or even religious faith, but something far more mysterious and personal. Each individual possessed an internal moral compass that could point toward either good or evil, regardless of external circumstances. This compass operated according to laws that no social engineering could alter. But Solzhenitsyn went deeper than simply observing that good and evil coexist in human hearts. He identified the specific psychological and spiritual mechanisms by which ordinary people transform into monsters. The process begins not with dramatic moral choices, but with small compromises that seem reasonable at the time. A person agrees to remain silent when they witness injustice because speaking up might cost them their job. They sign a document containing statements they do not believe because everyone else is signing, and resistance seems pointless. They participate in collective lies because the alternative feels too dangerous or too lonely. Each compromise creates what Solzhenitsyn called a spiritual debt that compounds over time like financial interest. The person who remains silent once finds it easier to remain silent again. The person who signed false papers once discovers that their signature becomes meaningless. The person who participated in collective lies once finds that their relationship to truth itself becomes corrupted. These small betrayals of conscience accumulate until the person no longer recognizes their former moral self. They have become capable of acts they once would have found inconceivable. This process operates through what Solzhenitsyn identified as the corruption of moral reasoning itself. People do not typically choose evil while recognizing it as evil. Instead, they develop sophisticated intellectual frameworks that transform evil acts into moral necessities. The Communist Party member convinces himself that betraying his friends serves the greater good of historical progress. The camp guard persuades herself that brutalizing prisoners prevents them from corrupting society. The intellectual creates elegant theories proving that his cowardice actually represents wisdom and his selfishness actually serves higher principles. Solzhenitsyn discovered that ideology serves as the primary mechanism for this moral transformation. Ideology provides ready-made justifications for any action by connecting individual choices to grand historical narratives. The person who might feel guilt about informing on his neighbour can eliminate that guilt by viewing his action as service to the revolutionary cause. The bureaucrat who might question orders to separate families can silence his doubts by focusing on administrative efficiency and policy implementation. Ideology thus becomes a sophisticated form of spiritual anesthesia that numbs the conscience while preserving the illusion of moral purpose. The more elaborate the ideology, the more horrific the acts it can justify. This analysis reveals why Solzhenitsyn considered intellectuals particularly susceptible to moral corruption. Their training in abstract reasoning makes them expert at constructing justifications for whatever serves their interests. They can torture language and logic until any position appears defensible. Simple people with less education often retain clearer moral instincts because they cannot talk themselves out of basic human responses to suffering and injustice. The sophisticated mind becomes a tool for sophisticated self-deception. Knowledge without wisdom becomes more dangerous than ignorance without malice. Solzhenitsyn traced this corruption through his own intellectual journey. He arrived in the camps as a highly educated Marxist who had spent years learning to interpret reality through ideological frameworks. The brutal facts of camp life gradually stripped away these interpretive layers until he confronted raw human experience without intellectual mediation. He discovered that his education had taught him to ignore obvious truths that contradicted approved theories. He had learned to see class enemies instead of suffering individuals, historical necessity instead of human cruelty, revolutionary justice instead of arbitrary violence. The camps forced him to see reality without ideological filters. This exposure to unmediated reality revealed what Solzhenitsyn called the primacy of conscience over intellect in moral matters. Conscience operates through direct intuitive knowledge of right and wrong that requires no theoretical justification. When a person witnesses cruelty, their conscience immediately recognizes it as wrong, regardless of the political or philosophical framework that might justify it. When they participate in deception, their conscience registers the violation of truth, even if their reasoning explains why the deception serves good purposes. This immediate moral knowledge exists prior to and independently of all intellectual systems. Ideology can suppress conscience but cannot eliminate it entirely. The camps also revealed to Solzhenitsyn the mysterious connection between suffering and moral clarity. People who had been stripped of everything external often developed heightened sensitivity to moral distinctions. When physical comfort, social status, career prospects, and even survival itself were removed as motivating factors, moral choice became pure. Prisoners faced decisions where the only remaining question was whether to maintain their integrity or abandon it. These decisions revealed character in ways that comfortable circumstances never could. Some people discovered reserves of courage and compassion they never knew they possessed, while others revealed depths of selfishness and cruelty that shocked even themselves. This led Solzhenitsyn to one of his most controversial insights, that suffering can serve as a spiritual purification process that strips away illusions and reveals essential truth. This does not mean that all suffering produces wisdom or that people should seek suffering for its own sake. Rather, when suffering comes, it creates conditions where fundamental moral choices become unavoidable and their consequences become immediately visible. The person who maintains moral integrity under extreme pressure discovers an inner strength that no external power can touch. The person who abandons integrity discovers that they have lost something essential to their humanity. Both discoveries provide knowledge about human nature that comfort and prosperity tend to obscure. Solzhenitsyn connected this insight to what he saw as a fundamental flaw in Western materialism. Societies organized around maximizing comfort and minimizing suffering may inadvertently prevent the moral development that comes through facing difficult choices. People who never experience serious hardship may never discover what they truly value or who they really are. They may live their entire lives without confronting the basic moral questions that define human existence. This produces a kind of spiritual immaturity that makes individuals and entire societies vulnerable to manipulation and corruption. Comfort can become its own form of prison that prevents human beings from achieving their full moral potential. The anthropological dimension of evil that Solzhenitsyn discovered thus extends beyond individual psychology to encompass entire civilizations. Societies that refuse to acknowledge the permanent human capacity for evil inevitably create conditions where that capacity can express itself with maximum destructive force. They build institutions based on optimistic assumptions about human nature that collapse when tested by actual human behavior. They create educational systems that teach technical skills while ignoring moral development. They develop economic arrangements that reward self-interest while providing no framework for self-restraint. They establish political processes that assume goodwill while providing no protection against bad will. The result is what Solzhenitsyn called the institutionalization of moral blindness. People learn to navigate complex social and economic systems without ever developing the moral wisdom necessary to use those systems responsibly. They acquire power without acquiring the character necessary to wield power justly. They gain knowledge without gaining the wisdom necessary to apply knowledge beneficially. They achieve freedom without achieving the self-discipline necessary to use freedom constructively. Such societies produce highly sophisticated forms of barbarism that wear the mask of progress and enlightenment. Part 2. Living not by lies and the philosophy of moral resistance. Solzhenitsyn's most practical and revolutionary contribution to human freedom came in a deceptively simple formula. Refuse to participate in lies. This principle emerged from his recognition that totalitarian systems depend entirely on the voluntary cooperation of their victims. Every dictatorship requires millions of people to repeat falsehoods they know to be false, to applaud policies they know to be destructive, and to pretend enthusiasm for leaders they know to be corrupt. The moment this cooperation stops, the system collapses from within because it cannot function on truth. But Solzhenitsyn went far deeper than advocating simple honesty. He identified lying as the fundamental mechanism by which human beings surrender their moral agency and become complicit in their own oppression. When a person agrees to say what they do not believe, they perform a spiritual transaction that transforms them from a moral agent into a tool of the system they claim to oppose. The lie becomes a form of moral suicide that kills the conscience while leaving the body intact. This process operates independently of political systems and applies equally to democracies, corporations, religious institutions, and family structures. Wherever people feel pressure to misrepresent their genuine beliefs, the dynamics of spiritual corruption begin. The philosophy of living not by lies requires understanding the difference between coercion and cooperation. Totalitarian systems can force people to remain silent, but they cannot force people to speak falsehoods with conviction. They can punish people for refusing to participate in ceremonies, but they cannot make those ceremonies meaningful to unwilling participants. They can control external behavior through threats and rewards, but they cannot control internal allegiance through force alone. The space between external compliance and internal consent becomes the arena where individual freedom either survives or dies. Maintaining that space requires constant vigilance and repeated acts of quiet resistance. Solzhenitsyn developed this insight through careful observation of how different prisoners responded to camp indoctrination sessions. Some inmates actively participated in political education programs, repeating communist slogans with apparent enthusiasm. Others remained silent during such sessions, neither participating nor openly resisting. A few risked punishment by asking questions or expressing doubts about official doctrine. Solzhenitsyn discovered that these different responses produce different spiritual consequences regardless of their practical outcomes. The prisoners who actively participated in lies gradually lost their ability to distinguish truth from falsehood in other areas of their lives. The spiritual mechanics of this corruption operate through what Solzhenitsyn called the dissolution of the boundary between inner and outer reality. When people repeatedly say things they do not believe, their minds begin to adjust their beliefs to match their words, rather than adjusting their words to match their beliefs. This psychological adaptation serves to reduce the emotional discomfort of cognitive dissonance, but it also destroys the internal compass that distinguishes truth from lies. Eventually, the person loses the ability to know what they genuinely think or feel about anything because their thoughts and feelings have been subordinated to external requirements. They become what Solzhenitsyn called a spiritual automaton that can process information and follow instructions but cannot engage in authentic moral reasoning. Their conscience has been replaced by a mechanism for generating socially acceptable responses. This analysis explains why Solzhenitsyn considered the corruption of language to be more dangerous than physical violence. Violence can destroy bodies and even destroy lives, but it cannot destroy the human capacity for moral judgment. Linguistic corruption, by contrast, destroys the tools of thought itself by severing the connection between words and their meanings. When language becomes divorced from reality, communication becomes impossible, and moral reasoning becomes incoherent. People lose the ability to formulate accurate descriptions of their own experience or to engage in meaningful dialogue about moral questions. Society fragments into isolated individuals who share vocabulary but not meaning, who use the same words to refer to completely different realities. The recovery of authentic language therefore becomes the foundation of all moral and political reform. Before people can solve problems, they must be able to describe those problems accurately. Before they can cooperate in addressing injustices, they must be able to communicate about those injustices honestly. Before they can hold leaders accountable, they must be able to distinguish between accurate and inaccurate statements about leadership performance. All of these capacities depend on maintaining the connection between words and reality that systematic lying destroys. Restoring that connection requires individuals to take responsibility for the accuracy of their own speech, regardless of social pressure to conform to approved narratives. Solzhenitsyn identified several practical strategies for maintaining linguistic integrity under pressure. The first involves refusing to repeat statements you know to be false, even when everyone around you is repeating them. This does not require heroic confrontation with authority or dramatic public declarations of opposition. It simply means remaining silent when others voice approved lies or finding ways to change the subject when expected to participate in collective deception. The second strategy involves using precise language when discussing controversial topics, instead of adopting the euphemisms and abstractions that obscure uncomfortable realities. Instead of talking about population transfers, describe forced deportations of entire ethnic groups. Instead of discussing enhanced interrogation techniques, describe torture methods and their effects on human beings. Instead of referring to budget reallocations, explain which specific programs will lose funding and which people will suffer as a result. The third strategy involves asking questions that expose the gap between official narratives and observable reality. When leaders claim that unpopular policies actually benefit the people they harm, ask for specific evidence of those benefits. When experts assert that complex problems have simple solutions, ask about the complications and trade-offs they are ignoring. When authorities demand trust based on their credentials rather than their performance, ask for concrete examples of their successful track record. These questions need not be asked confrontationally or publicly, but they must be asked persistently and honestly. The goal is not to embarrass officials or score political points, but to maintain your own capacity for independent thought in an environment designed to discourage independent thinking. Solzhenitsyn recognized that living not by lies requires tremendous courage because it inevitably leads to social isolation and professional disadvantage. People who refuse to participate in collective deceptions discover that much of their social and economic life depends on such participation. They may lose friends who cannot tolerate their inconvenient honesty, job opportunities that require ideological conformity, and social invitations that depend on shared pretenses. The immediate practical costs of truth-telling often exceed the immediate practical benefits, which explains why so few people choose this path consistently. But Solzhenitsyn argued that these short-term costs are insignificant compared to the long-term costs of spiritual corruption. People who sacrifice their integrity for temporary advantages discover that they have traded away the only thing that makes advantages worth having. The philosophy of living not by lies also requires understanding the difference between individual resistance and collective action. Solzhenitsyn explicitly rejected the idea that people should wait for mass movements or organized opposition before beginning to resist lies. He argued that collective resistance becomes possible only when enough individuals have already begun practicing individual resistance in their own lives. The person who cannot stop lying in small personal matters will not suddenly develop the capacity for truth-telling when great historical moments demand it. Moral courage is like physical strength. It must be developed through regular exercise with manageable challenges before it can handle extreme tests. The everyday choice to speak truthfully in low-stakes situations prepares people for the extraordinary choice to maintain integrity when everything depends on that choice. This insight explains why Solzhenitsyn placed such emphasis on what he called microscopic acts of resistance. The secretary who refuses to type false reports, the teacher who declines to promote approved falsehoods, the citizen who stays home rather than attend mandatory demonstrations of enthusiasm. These actions may seem insignificant compared to dramatic acts of public opposition, but they represent the spiritual foundation upon which all meaningful resistance depends. When enough people stop cooperating with lies in small ways, the system loses its ability to generate the appearance of popular support that sustains its legitimacy. Eventually, the gap between official claims and visible reality becomes so large that even the most committed believers begin to question what they have been told. Truth becomes contagious in the same way that lies once spread, but truth has an advantage that lies lack. It corresponds to reality and therefore requires less energy to maintain. Part 3. The Gulag Archipelago and the Systematic Study of Human Evil. The Gulag Archipelago represents more than historical documentation of Soviet crimes. It constitutes Solzhenitsyn's most systematic investigation into the mechanics of institutional evil and the conditions under which ordinary human beings become capable of extraordinary cruelty. Through meticulous examination of camp records, prisoner testimonies, and administrative procedures, Solzhenitsyn discovered universal principles about how bureaucratic systems transform moral individuals into agents of mass suffering. These principles operate independently of ideology, culture, or historical period, which explains why his insights apply to genocides, corporate malfeasance, and institutional abuse across different societies and time periods. Solzhenitsyn's central discovery was that systematic evil requires the creation of moral distance between perpetrators and victims. This distance operates through several mechanisms that prevent normal human empathy from interfering with harmful actions. The first mechanism involves physical separation between those who make decisions and those who suffer the consequences of those decisions. Camp administrators in Moscow never saw the prisoners whose lives they destroyed through policy directives. Local guards never met the families whose breadwinners they tortured to death. This physical separation makes it possible for people to inflict suffering without confronting its human reality. The second mechanism involves linguistic abstraction that transforms human beings into statistical categories. Prisoners become units of labour, political criminals, or enemies of the people, rather than individuals with names, histories and relationships. Mass deportations become population transfers, while executions become administrative measures or special handling. This linguistic transformation serves a crucial psychological function by allowing perpetrators to think about their actions in technical rather than moral terms. They can focus on efficiency, following procedures, and meeting quotas without confronting the human meaning of their work. The abstract language creates a buffer between conscience and action that makes cruelty psychologically tolerable. The third mechanism involves the division of responsibility among multiple actors, so that no single person feels accountable for the final outcome. The person who signs the arrest warrant does not personally torture the prisoner. The person who conducts the interrogation does not personally decide the sentence. The person who transports prisoners to camps does not personally determine their living conditions. Each participant can tell themselves that they are only playing a small role in a larger process, and that the moral responsibility belongs to someone else. This diffusion of responsibility allows entire organizations to commit atrocities, while each individual member maintains the illusion of personal innocence. Solzhenitsyn traced these mechanisms through specific case studies that reveal how moral corruption spreads through institutional hierarchies. New camp guards typically arrive with normal human responses to suffering and cruelty. They feel uncomfortable watching prisoners being beaten and hesitate to participate in acts of deliberate brutality. But the institutional environment gradually erodes these natural moral responses through a process of systematic desensitization. Guards who remain passive during acts of cruelty find it easier to remain passive the next time such acts occur. Guards who participate reluctantly in minor cruelties discover that participating in major cruelties becomes psychologically possible. The institution accelerates this corruption process through carefully designed incentive structures that reward cruelty while punishing compassion. Guards who show excessive concern for prisoner welfare are transferred to less desirable positions or reported for political unreliability. Guards who demonstrate enthusiasm for harsh treatment receive promotions, better living conditions, and social approval from colleagues. Over time, these incentives reshape not only behavior, but also beliefs and values. People begin to internalize the organization's moral framework as their own, in order to reduce the psychological discomfort of acting against their original conscience. Eventually, they become genuine believers in the righteousness of their cruelty, rather than reluctant participants in a system they secretly oppose. This transformation process reveals what Solzhenitsyn called the institutional capture of individual conscience. People who join organizations with the intention of reforming them from within discover that the organization reforms them instead. The daily requirements of organizational life gradually override personal moral convictions through constant pressure to prioritize institutional loyalty over abstract ethical principles. The person who originally intended to humanize the system finds themselves rationalizing the system's inhumanity as necessary for achieving larger goals. They become what Solzhenitsyn termed unconscious agents of institutional evil who genuinely believe they are serving good purposes while participating in destructive processes. Their sincere conviction makes them more effective agents of harm than cynical participants who retain some awareness of what they are doing. The Gulag system also revealed to Solzhenitsyn the crucial role of ideology in justifying systematic cruelty. Camp personnel could not maintain their psychological equilibrium while torturing innocent people unless they possessed a framework that transformed their victims into legitimate targets of violence. Marxist-Leninist ideology provided this framework by classifying certain categories of people as objectively counter-revolutionary, regardless of their actual beliefs or actions. Wealthy peasants, religious believers, ethnic minorities and political dissidents were defined as enemies of historical progress, whose suffering served the greater good of human liberation. This ideological framework allowed guards and administrators to experience their cruelty as a form of moral heroism rather than simple sadism. They were not harming innocent people, but defending the future of humanity against its enemies. Solzhenitsyn identified this ideological justification as more dangerous than personal hatred or individual sadism. People motivated by personal animosity can be reasoned with, appeased, or exhausted by their own emotions. People motivated by ideological conviction possess unlimited energy for cruelty because they experience their cruelty as virtue. They can torture prisoners with clear consciences, destroy families without guilt, and commit mass murder while feeling morally superior to their victims. The more elaborate and sophisticated the ideology, the more horrific the acts it can justify while preserving the perpetrator's self-image as a moral person. Intellectual sophistication thus becomes a tool for sophisticated evil rather than a protection against it. The camp system also functioned as what Solzhenitsyn called a laboratory for moral experimentation that tested the limits of human endurance and revealed the conditions under which people maintain or abandon their ethical commitments. Prisoners faced a series of escalating moral tests designed to break down their resistance to cooperation with the system. The first test involved accepting privileges that came at the expense of other prisoners. Those who passed this test faced pressure to inform on fellow inmates in exchange for better treatment. Those who resisted informing faced demands to participate in propaganda activities that required them to praise their captors publicly. Each level of cooperation made the next level easier to accept by gradually eroding the moral foundations that supported resistance. Solzhenitsyn discovered that survival in the camps required what he called moral mathematics, that calculated the precise point at which cooperation with evil became necessary to preserve life without destroying soul. This calculation varied among individuals based on their personal circumstances, family obligations, and spiritual resources. Some prisoners could maintain absolute resistance to all cooperation and accept death as the price of integrity. Others had dependent family members whose survival required them to make strategic compromises with the system. The moral mathematics became most complex for prisoners who possessed information or skills that could help other inmates if they remained alive, but could only remain alive by cooperating with their captors. These impossible choices revealed that moral purity sometimes conflicts with moral effectiveness in ways that admit no perfect resolution. This insight led Solzhenitsyn to reject both absolute moral rigidity and unlimited moral flexibility as adequate responses to systematic evil. Absolute rigidity produces moral heroes whose example inspires others, but whose early deaths prevent them from sustained resistance to the system. Unlimited flexibility produces long-term survivors whose accommodation to evil eventually makes them indistinguishable from their oppressors. The optimal strategy requires maintaining core moral principles while developing tactical flexibility about their application in specific situations. This approach demands constant moral discernment that weighs competing obligations and accepts responsibility for unavoidable compromises while refusing to abandon fundamental commitments. Such discernment cannot be reduced to rules or formulas, but must be cultivated through practice and reflection on actual moral dilemmas. Part 4. The spiritual dimension of human existence and the critique of materialism. Solzhenitsyn's most profound insight concerned what he identified as the spiritual dimension of human existence that transcends material circumstances and provides the foundation for human dignity, moral responsibility, and authentic freedom. This dimension operates independently of religious belief systems while providing the ground for all meaningful religious experience. He discovered that people who ignore or deny this spiritual reality inevitably reduce themselves to sophisticated animals subject to the same deterministic forces that govern other material objects. Such reduction destroys the possibility of genuine moral choice and transforms human behavior into a complex but ultimately meaningless mechanical process. The camps provided Solzhenitsyn with dramatic evidence for the reality of this spiritual dimension through direct observation of how different prisoners responded to identical material conditions. Some inmates collapsed psychologically when deprived of physical comforts and social status that had previously defined their identity. Others discovered inner resources that enabled them to maintain dignity, compassion, and hope despite unimaginable suffering. The difference could not be explained by education, political beliefs, physical health, or social background. It seemed to depend on whether individuals had access to sources of meaning and purpose that existed independently of external circumstances. Those who possessed such access could endure almost any material hardship, while those who lacked it could be broken by relatively minor deprivations. This spiritual dimension manifested most clearly in what Solzhenitsyn called the inner freedom that remained available to prisoners even when all external freedoms had been eliminated. Regardless of physical constraints, each person retained the ability to choose their internal response to external events. They could choose hatred or forgiveness, despair or hope, selfishness or sacrifice, resistance or collaboration. These choices possessed ultimate significance because they determined who the person became regardless of what happened to them. The prisoner who maintained compassion despite brutal treatment preserved their humanity, while the guard who abandoned compassion despite comfortable circumstances destroyed theirs. External conditions influenced but could not determine these fundamental spiritual choices. Solzhenitsyn connected this insight to his critique of materialist philosophies that reduce human beings to products of economic, social or biological forces. If human behavior simply reflects material conditions, then moral responsibility becomes meaningless because people cannot be held accountable for responses they cannot control. If consciousness merely emerges from brain chemistry, then ideals like justice, truth, and beauty become arbitrary preferences with no objective validity. If meaning and purpose are human inventions rather than discoveries, then life becomes an elaborate game with rules that change according to fashion or convenience. Such reductionism eliminates the foundations of human dignity by transforming moral agents into complex machines that respond predictably to environmental inputs. It makes ethical discourse impossible because it provides no standard by which competing moral claims can be evaluated. The spiritual dimension that Solzhenitsyn discovered operates through what he called conscience, which provides immediate access to moral truth that exists independently of human opinion or social convention. Conscience functions like a moral sense organ that perceives right and wrong in the same way that eyes perceive light and darkness. This perception operates prior to and independently of rational analysis, though it can be refined and clarified through careful reflection. People know directly that torturing innocent victims is wrong, regardless of the sophisticated arguments that might justify such torture. They recognize heroic self-sacrifice as noble, regardless of the practical calculations that might recommend selfishness instead. This immediate moral knowledge provides the foundation for all ethical reasoning and the standard by which all moral theories must be judged. Solzhenitsyn traced the suppression of conscience through modern educational and cultural systems that train people to ignore their direct moral perceptions in favor of abstract theoretical frameworks. Students learn to analyze ethical dilemmas using utilitarian calculations, social contract theories, or cultural relativism rather than trusting their immediate responses to moral situations. They develop sophisticated intellectual tools for overriding their conscience while maintaining the illusion of moral sophistication. This training produces people who can justify any action through clever reasoning while losing touch with the basic moral intuitions that such reasoning should serve. They become what Solzhenitsyn called intellectually corrupted individuals, who know how to think about morality but have forgotten how to recognize it directly. Their education has made them less rather than more capable of moral discernment. The recovery of authentic spiritual life therefore requires what Solzhenitsyn termed intellectual humility that subordinates abstract reasoning to concrete moral experience. This does not mean abandoning rational thought, but rather using reason to clarify and implement the insights that conscience provides. The person who feels immediate revulsion at witnessing cruelty should trust that response while using their intelligence to understand its implications and develop appropriate responses. The person who experiences spontaneous compassion for suffering strangers should honor that experience while thinking carefully about how to express it effectively. Spiritual wisdom involves learning to cooperate with conscience rather than overriding it through clever arguments that serve selfish interests. This cooperation requires continuous practice in paying attention to moral intuitions and acting on them, despite social pressure to ignore them. Solzhenitsyn identified prayer and contemplation as essential practices for developing this spiritual sensitivity. Prayer connects individuals to sources of meaning and purpose that transcend immediate material concerns. Contemplation creates the mental space necessary for recognizing subtle moral distinctions that busy practical life tends to obscure. Both practices cultivate what he called inner stillness that allows conscience to operate without interference from anxiety, ambition, or social pressure. People who maintain regular contact with this inner stillness develop moral clarity that enables them to navigate complex ethical situations with confidence and wisdom. Those who neglect such practices gradually lose their capacity for spiritual discernment and become vulnerable to manipulation by ideological systems that promise to solve moral problems through external arrangements. The spiritual dimension also provides the foundation for what Solzhenitsyn called authentic individuality, that differs from both selfish individualism and collectivist conformity. Authentic individuality emerges when people discover their unique calling or purpose within the larger moral order of reality. This calling transcends personal preferences and social expectations. while expressing the deepest truth about who they are and what they are meant to contribute to the world. Living according to this calling requires tremendous courage because it often conflicts with conventional definitions of success and happiness. But it provides a form of fulfillment that cannot be achieved through external achievements or social approval, because it connects people to sources of meaning that exist independently of changing circumstances. Such fulfillment makes individuals less susceptible to totalitarian manipulation because they possess internal sources of purpose that external authorities cannot provide or eliminate. Solzhenitsyn's critique of Western materialism focused on how consumer culture systematically undermines this spiritual development by directing attention toward material acquisition and sensory gratification. People learn to identify happiness with having rather than being, with consuming rather than creating, with experiencing pleasure rather than discovering meaning. This orientation produces what he called spiritual infantilism that keeps individuals focused on immediate gratification while preventing them from developing the moral maturity necessary for authentic freedom. They become sophisticated in technical matters while remaining primitive in spiritual matters, capable of manipulating complex systems while incapable of understanding their own deepest needs and purposes. Such people are easily controlled through the manipulation of their material desires, even though they enjoy formal political freedoms. They have traded spiritual liberty for material comfort without realizing what they have lost in the exchange. Part 5. The Decay of Western Civilization and the Critique of Liberal Materialism. After decades fighting Soviet totalitarianism, Solzhenitsyn shocked Western admirers by delivering equally harsh criticisms of liberal democratic societies that had welcomed him as a hero. He argued that Western civilization suffered from a different but related spiritual disease that made it vulnerable to the same moral corruption that had destroyed Russia. While communist societies suppressed human freedom through direct political control, capitalist societies undermined human freedom through the more subtle mechanisms of consumer culture, moral relativism, and spiritual emptiness. Both systems reduced human beings to material entities while ignoring the spiritual dimensions of existence that provide the foundation for authentic human flourishing. Solzhenitsyn's critique of Western materialism began with his observation that prosperity and comfort could become forms of spiritual slavery as destructive as political oppression. People who define happiness in terms of material acquisition and sensory pleasure become dependent on external sources of satisfaction that they cannot ultimately control. They spend their lives pursuing wealth, status, entertainment and comfort, while neglecting the inner development that provides lasting fulfillment. This orientation makes them vulnerable to manipulation by commercial and political interests that promise to satisfy their material desires in exchange for their moral and intellectual independence. They become what Solzhenitsyn called voluntary slaves, who surrender their freedom gradually and unconsciously, rather than having it taken by force. Such slavery may be more comfortable than political oppression, but it is equally destructive of human dignity and moral agency. The mechanisms of this voluntary enslavement operate through what Solzhenitsyn identified as the commercialization of consciousness that transforms every aspect of human experience into opportunities for consumption. Education becomes job training designed to produce efficient workers and consumers rather than wise human beings capable of moral discernment. Entertainment becomes a distraction industry that keeps people focused on trivial pleasures while avoiding serious questions about meaning and purpose. Politics becomes a competition between different approaches to managing material prosperity rather than a dialogue about fundamental questions of justice and human flourishing. Religion becomes therapeutic self-help that promises personal benefits rather than moral transformation and spiritual growth. Even relationships become consumer choices evaluated according to their capacity to provide emotional satisfaction rather than opportunities for mutual service and spiritual development. This commercialization process systematically undermines the moral and intellectual virtues necessary for authentic freedom by encouraging people to think of themselves as consumers rather than moral agents. Consumers seek maximum pleasure with minimum effort, while moral agents seek maximum responsibility with minimum excuses. Consumers evaluate choices according to their immediate benefits, while moral agents consider their long-term consequences for character development and service to others. Consumers focus on having, while moral agents focus on being. The consumer mentality makes people passive recipients of goods and services provided by others, while the moral agent mentality makes people active contributors to the common good. Societies that encourage consumer thinking while discouraging moral thinking produce citizens who are technically free but spiritually impotent. Solzhenitsyn connected this critique to his analysis of how Western educational systems had abandoned their traditional mission of moral formation in favor of technical training and ideological indoctrination. Students learn to acquire information and develop skills, while receiving no guidance about how to use their knowledge responsibly or discover their deeper purpose in life. They graduate with sophisticated technical abilities but primitive moral reasoning, capable of manipulating complex systems, but incapable of understanding why such manipulation should serve human flourishing rather than personal advantage. This produces what he called educated barbarians, who possess the tools of civilization while lacking the wisdom necessary to use those tools constructively. Their education makes them more rather than less dangerous because it amplifies their capacity for both good and evil without providing clear guidance about which path to choose. Such people become easy targets for ideological movements that promise to supply the moral purpose that their education failed to provide. The abandonment of moral education reflects what Solzhenitsyn identified as the deeper problem of moral relativism that has infected Western intellectual culture. The dominant assumption in universities, media, and political discourse is that moral judgments reflect personal preferences or cultural conventions rather than objective truths about human nature and the structure of reality. This assumption makes serious moral dialogue impossible because it provides no common standard by which competing moral claims can be evaluated. Instead of seeking truth through rational argument and careful observation, people simply assert their opinions and dismiss opposing views as expressions of bias or ignorance. The result is what Solzhenitsyn called intellectual chaos that prevents societies from developing coherent responses to serious moral challenges. People become sophisticated in technical matters while remaining confused about basic questions of right and wrong. This moral relativism also undermines the possibility of authentic self-criticism and reform within Western societies. If all moral judgments are equally valid expressions of personal or cultural preference, then no society can be criticized for its practices, because criticism implies the existence of objective standards that transcend cultural boundaries. This makes Western societies immune to moral correction from within or without, not because they are morally perfect, but because they have abandoned the conceptual framework that makes moral correction possible. They become what Solzhenitsyn called morally self-satisfied while engaging in practices that cause enormous suffering both within their own borders and around the world. Their moral relativism functions as a sophisticated form of moral blindness that prevents them from recognizing the destructive consequences of their own actions. Such blindness makes them as dangerous to themselves and others as the ideological fanaticism they criticize in totalitarian societies. Solzhenitsyn traced the practical consequences of this moral confusion through specific examples of how Western societies handle fundamental ethical challenges. The question of abortion becomes a debate about competing rights claims rather than a serious inquiry into the nature and value of human life. Economic policy focuses on maximizing aggregate prosperity rather than ensuring that prosperity serves authentic human flourishing. Foreign policy emphasizes national interest and strategic advantage rather than justice and human dignity. Criminal justice seeks to balance competing demands for public safety and individual rights rather than addressing the moral and spiritual causes of criminal behavior. In each case, the absence of shared moral foundations prevents serious engagement with the underlying human questions that policy decisions ultimately involve. The result is what Solzhenitsyn called technocratic governance, that treats complex moral and spiritual problems as technical challenges that can be solved through proper expertise and institutional design. This approach systematically ignores the human dimensions of political problems while focusing on their mechanical aspects. It produces policies that may be technically elegant but morally incoherent, economically efficient but spiritually destructive. Such policies often create more problems than they solve because they address symptoms while ignoring underlying causes that can only be understood through moral and spiritual analysis. The technical solutions become more elaborate and expensive over time, while the human problems they are supposed to address continue to worsen. Eventually, the gap between official policy and human reality becomes so large that citizens lose confidence in their institutions and become vulnerable to demagogic appeals that promise simple solutions to complex problems. Solzhenitsyn's alternative vision emphasized the recovery of what he called spiritual realism that takes seriously both the material and non-material dimensions of human existence. This approach recognizes that human beings have genuine material needs that must be met through effective economic and political institutions. But it also recognizes that human beings have spiritual needs for meaning, purpose, moral community, and transcendent connection that material prosperity alone cannot satisfy. Healthy societies must address both sets of needs simultaneously through institutions and practices that support both material well-being and spiritual development. This requires recovering traditional wisdom about human nature while adapting that wisdom to contemporary circumstances. It also requires developing new forms of education, governance, and economic organization that serve the full range of human needs, rather than reducing people to economic or political units. Part 6. The Transformative Power of Suffering and the Spiritual Gymnasium. Solzhenitsyn's most controversial and profound insight concerned the potential of suffering to serve as a catalyst for spiritual growth and moral purification. This insight emerged from direct observation of how different prisoners responded to identical hardships in the Gulag camps. Some inmates were crushed by suffering that revealed their spiritual emptiness and moral weakness. while others were refined by the same suffering that stripped away illusions and revealed hidden reserves of strength and wisdom. The difference lay not in the nature of the suffering itself, but in how individuals chose to relate to their suffering and what they allowed it to teach them about themselves and reality. This insight challenges both religious and secular assumptions about the relationship between suffering and human welfare. Traditional religious approaches often treat suffering as punishment for sin or a test of faith that must be endured with resignation. Modern secular approaches typically view suffering as an evil to be eliminated through technological progress and social reform. Solzhenitsyn discovered a third possibility, that suffering, when approached with wisdom and courage, can become a spiritual gymnasium that develops moral and spiritual capacities that comfort and prosperity tend to leave undeveloped. This does not mean that suffering is intrinsically good or that people should seek suffering for its own sake. Rather, when suffering comes, individuals can choose to engage with it in ways that promote rather than hinder their spiritual development. The spiritual benefits of suffering operate through several mechanisms that Solzhenitsyn identified through careful observation of camp life. The first mechanism involves the stripping away of external supports and comforts that normally distract people from confronting fundamental questions about their values and priorities. When prisoners lost their possessions, social status, career prospects, and physical comfort, they were forced to discover what sources of meaning and purpose remained available to them. Those who had built their identity around external achievements often experienced complete psychological collapse when those achievements were taken away. But those who discovered internal sources of worth and purpose often found that their essential identity remained intact despite external losses. This process revealed the difference between authentic and inauthentic foundations for human happiness and self-respect. The second mechanism involves the intensification of moral choices that comfortable circumstances often obscure or postpone. When survival, dignity, and integrity were all at stake simultaneously, prisoners faced dramatic choices that revealed their deepest values and priorities. They had to decide whether to maintain their moral principles when doing so risked their lives, whether to help fellow prisoners when resources were scarce, whether to resist cooperation with their captors when resistance invited severe punishment. These choices could not be postponed, delegated, or avoided through compromise and distraction. They demanded immediate decisions that expressed each person's fundamental orientation toward good and evil. The process of making such decisions under extreme pressure often clarified people's moral convictions in ways that comfortable life never could. The third mechanism involves the development of what Solzhenitsyn called spiritual muscle, through the regular exercise of moral courage under difficult conditions. Just as physical muscles grow stronger through resistance training, moral capacities develop through practice in situations that require their use. Prisoners who repeatedly chose integrity over convenience gradually developed the habit of moral courage that made future moral choices easier and more natural. Those who repeatedly chose expedience over principle gradually lost their capacity for moral resistance and became increasingly vulnerable to further moral corruption. The camp environment provided constant opportunities for such moral exercise through daily choices about cooperation, resistance, helping others, and maintaining personal dignity. People who approached these choices as training opportunities often emerged spiritually stronger than when they entered the camps. Solzhenitsyn connected this insight to his critique of societies that prioritize the elimination of suffering over the cultivation of character. When institutions are designed to maximize comfort and minimize hardship, they may inadvertently prevent the moral development that comes through facing and overcoming difficulties. People who never experience serious challenges may never discover their capacity for courage, sacrifice, perseverance, and compassion. They may live their entire lives without confronting the fundamental questions about meaning and purpose that suffering tends to force into consciousness. Such people remain spiritually immature regardless of their intellectual sophistication or material success because they have never been tested in ways that require spiritual growth. This makes them vulnerable to manipulation and moral corruption when serious challenges finally arise. This analysis does not lead Solzhenitsyn to recommend the artificial creation of suffering or the abandonment of efforts to reduce unnecessary hardship. Rather, it suggests that individuals and societies should develop wisdom about how to engage constructively with the suffering that inevitably comes through natural disasters, illness, economic downturns, political conflicts, and personal losses. The goal is not to eliminate all suffering, but to transform unavoidable suffering into opportunities for spiritual growth, rather than occasions for spiritual regression. This requires cultivating attitudes and practices that help people maintain their humanity and develop their character even when external circumstances become difficult or destructive. Solzhenitsyn identified several practical approaches for accomplishing this transformation. The first involves accepting responsibility for one's own spiritual response to suffering while refusing to blame external circumstances for internal spiritual failures. This means recognizing that while people cannot control what happens to them, they can control how they respond to what happens to them. The prisoner who maintains compassion despite brutal treatment demonstrates spiritual freedom, while the prisoner who becomes cruel in response to cruelty demonstrates spiritual slavery. Taking responsibility for this choice transforms people from passive victims into active agents of their own spiritual development. This transformation provides a form of inner freedom that external circumstances cannot eliminate. The second approach involves using suffering as an opportunity for developing empathy and solidarity with others who suffer. Instead of becoming self-absorbed or resentful, people can allow their own pain to increase their sensitivity to the pain of others. This creates what Solzhenitsyn called moral communion among people who have shared the experience of hardship and learned to support each other through difficult times. Such communion often produces deeper and more authentic relationships than those formed through shared pleasure or mutual advantage. It also provides a foundation for social reform efforts that emerge from genuine understanding of human suffering rather than abstract theories about human welfare. People who have learned to transform their own suffering into compassion for others become effective agents of healing and reconciliation in their communities. The third approach involves discovering what Solzhenitsyn called the indestructible core of human dignity that exists independently of external circumstances. This core consists of the capacity for moral choice, the ability to love and be loved, the connection to sources of meaning that transcend immediate circumstances, and the hope for redemption and renewal. Suffering can actually strengthen awareness of this core by stripping away everything else and forcing people to discover what remains when all external supports are removed. People who maintain contact with this indestructible core can endure almost any hardship while preserving their essential humanity. Those who lose contact with it may be broken by relatively minor difficulties, because they have no spiritual resources to draw upon when external supports fail. Cultivating awareness of this core therefore becomes essential preparation for the inevitable challenges that every human life contains. Part 7. National Repentance and the Healing of Historical Wounds. Solzhenitsyn argued that nations, like individuals, must face their moral failures honestly before they can move toward genuine healing and renewal. This process of collective repentance requires more than general acknowledgements of imperfection or abstract expressions of regret for past mistakes. It demands specific confession of particular wrongs, detailed examination of how those wrongs occurred, honest assessment of their consequences, and concrete changes in behavior designed to prevent their repetition. Without such thoroughgoing moral reckoning, societies remain trapped in cycles of self-deception and repeated moral failure that prevent authentic progress toward justice and reconciliation. This insight emerged from Solzhenitsyn's analysis of how Soviet society dealt with Stalin's crimes after the dictator's death in 1953. Instead of conducting a comprehensive examination of how millions of innocent people had been murdered, tortured, and enslaved, Soviet leaders engaged in limited criticism of Stalin's cult of personality, while preserving the basic structures and assumptions that had made such crimes possible. They blamed individual leaders rather than examining systemic failures, focused on policy mistakes rather than moral crimes, and emphasized the need to move forward rather than the importance of understanding what had gone wrong. This approach allowed Soviet society to avoid confronting uncomfortable truths about its own complicity in mass murder while creating conditions for future atrocities. The superficial reforms that followed Stalin's death proved inadequate to prevent continued human rights abuses because they addressed symptoms while ignoring underlying causes. The moral reckoning that might have transformed Soviet society never occurred. Solzhenitsyn contrasted this failure with examples of successful national repentance from other historical contexts. He pointed to Germany's post-war confrontation with the Holocaust as a model of how societies can face historical atrocities honestly while building foundations for moral renewal. German leaders did not simply apologize for Nazi crimes or blame them on individual fanatics, but engaged in systematic examination of how ordinary Germans had participated in or enabled genocide. Schools taught detailed curricula about the Holocaust, courts prosecuted war criminals, historians documented the mechanisms of mass murder, and public memorials preserved the memory of victims. This process was painful and controversial, but it created conditions for genuine reconciliation with victim communities and established moral foundations for democratic governance. The thoroughness of German repentance became the basis for Germany's moral authority in subsequent international affairs. The process of authentic national repentance requires what Solzhenitsyn called moral archaeology, that excavates buried truths about historical injustices and examines them in full detail regardless of how disturbing they might be. This involves more than acknowledging that bad things happened, but understanding exactly what happened, how it happened, who was responsible, who collaborated, who resisted, and who remained passive. It requires naming specific victims rather than speaking abstractly about casualties, identifying specific perpetrators rather than blaming vague social forces, and examining specific decisions that enabled atrocities rather than attributing them to inevitable historical processes. Such specificity is essential because abstract acknowledgements of wrongdoing allow societies to maintain the illusion of repentance while avoiding the concrete changes that genuine repentance requires. This moral archaeology must also examine the ideas, institutions and cultural attitudes that made historical injustices possible, rather than treating them as isolated events with purely individual causes. The Holocaust required not only Nazi leadership, but also centuries of European anti-Semitism, bureaucratic systems capable of organizing mass murder, legal frameworks that excluded Jews from protection, economic structures that made persecution profitable, and cultural attitudes that dehumanized Jewish people. Soviet atrocities required not only communist ideology, but also Russian traditions of authoritarianism, intellectual frameworks that justified violence for revolutionary purposes, administrative systems capable of managing mass deportations, and popular attitudes that accepted state violence as normal. Understanding these deeper causes is essential for developing effective safeguards against future atrocities. Solzhenitsyn emphasized that authentic repentance must include restitution to victims and their descendants whenever possible, along with institutional reforms designed to prevent similar injustices in the future. Verbal apologies without concrete remedial action represent what he called cheap repentance that serves the psychological needs of perpetrators without addressing the ongoing consequences of historical injustices. Genuine repentance requires acknowledging that historical wrongs often create lasting damage that continues to affect subsequent generations through economic disadvantage, social marginalization, cultural trauma, and political powerlessness. Addressing these ongoing consequences may require significant transfers of resources, changes in institutional arrangements, and modifications of cultural practices that benefit from or perpetuate historical injustices. The resistance to authentic national repentance typically comes from what Solzhenitsyn identified as the natural human tendency to avoid painful truths about oneself and one's community. People prefer to maintain positive self-images rather than confronting evidence of their moral failures, to blame others rather than accepting responsibility for their own actions, and to focus on their suffering rather than acknowledging the suffering they have caused. These psychological tendencies operate at the collective as well as individual level, making societies resistant to honest examination of their historical crimes. Political leaders often exploit this resistance by offering simplified narratives that absolve their citizens of moral responsibility while maintaining national pride and social cohesion. Such narratives may be politically popular, but they prevent the moral growth that comes through honest self-examination, and they perpetuate the attitudes that made historical injustices possible. Societies that cannot face their past honestly cannot build their future securely. Solzhenitsyn also warned against the opposite extreme of what he called masochistic self-hatred, that becomes so focused on historical failures that it loses sight of historical achievements and positive possibilities. Authentic repentance involves balanced assessment that acknowledges both good and evil aspects of national history, rather than wholesale condemnation that leads to cynicism and despair. The goal is not to destroy national identity, but to purify it by eliminating the elements that have caused suffering while preserving and strengthening the elements that have promoted human flourishing. This requires careful discrimination between different aspects of cultural traditions rather than blanket rejection of everything associated with historical injustices. Societies that lose all sense of their positive heritage become vulnerable to new forms of extremism that promise to restore meaning and purpose through violent rejection of moral restraints. Healthy repentance builds bridges between acknowledgement of past failures and commitment to future moral progress. Part 8. The primacy of individual conscience and moral autonomy. At the center of Solzhenitsyn's moral philosophy stands the irreducible dignity and ultimate responsibility of individual conscience. He discovered through his camp experience that regardless of external circumstances, each person retains the capacity to choose their internal response to what happens to them. This capacity for moral choice represents the essential core of human nature that no earthly authority can eliminate, though it can be suppressed, ignored, or betrayed by the individual themselves. The recognition and cultivation of this moral autonomy becomes the foundation for all authentic human freedom and the starting point for any meaningful resistance to oppression. Solzhenitsyn's understanding of conscience differs fundamentally from both religious and secular alternatives that subordinate individual moral judgment to external authorities. Traditional religious approaches often emphasize obedience to divine commandments interpreted by institutional authorities, while secular approaches typically defer to democratic majorities, expert opinion, or utilitarian calculations. Solzhenitsyn argued that while external guidance can inform moral reasoning, the final moral decision must always rest with the individual conscience that has direct access to moral truth. This direct access operates through what he called immediate moral knowledge that recognizes right and wrong prior to any theoretical analysis or institutional instruction. People know directly that certain actions are wrong regardless of the sophisticated arguments that might justify them, and they know directly that certain sacrifices are noble regardless of the practical calculations that might discourage them. This knowledge provides the foundation for moral judgment and the standard by which all external moral authorities must be evaluated. The primacy of individual conscience creates what Solzhenitsyn called the paradox of moral authority, where each person must simultaneously respect their own moral autonomy and acknowledge their fallibility and need for guidance from others. The solution to this paradox lies in distinguishing between the authority of conscience and the authority of particular moral judgments. Conscience possesses ultimate authority as the faculty through which individuals access moral truth, but particular moral judgments remain fallible and open to correction through dialogue, experience, and reflection. This means that people should trust their conscience while remaining humble about their ability to apply it correctly in complex situations. They should seek guidance from wise counselors, moral traditions, and careful reasoning, while retaining final responsibility for their own moral choices. External authorities can inform and educate conscience, but cannot replace it without destroying the moral agency that makes human beings distinctively human. This understanding of moral autonomy has profound implications for how individuals should relate to political, religious, and social institutions. Solzhenitsyn argued that people have a moral obligation to evaluate institutional demands according to their own conscience, rather than accepting them automatically based on institutional authority. This does not mean rejecting all external authority or becoming morally self-sufficient, but rather maintaining the capacity for independent moral judgment even when operating within institutional frameworks. The good citizen, faithful believer, or loyal employee remains one who can say no to institutional demands that violate their conscience, even when such refusal involves personal costs. Institutions that demand unconditional obedience, regardless of moral considerations, are asking people to surrender their human dignity and become mere tools of organizational purposes. Healthy institutions recognize and protect the moral autonomy of their members while providing frameworks for coordinated action toward shared goals. The cultivation of conscience requires what Solzhenitsyn called moral discipline, that involves regular practice in paying attention to moral intuitions and acting on them despite contrary pressures. Most people experience clear moral intuitions about right and wrong in various situations, but they often ignore or override these intuitions when acting on them would be inconvenient, unpopular, or costly. This pattern of ignoring conscience gradually weakens the capacity for moral perception until people lose touch with their own deepest moral convictions. They become what Solzhenitsyn termed morally deaf individuals, who may retain the intellectual ability to discuss ethical issues but have lost the spiritual ability to recognize moral truth directly. Recovering moral hearing requires deliberately choosing to honor conscience in small daily matters as preparation for the larger moral tests that life inevitably presents. People who cannot maintain integrity in minor matters will not suddenly develop the capacity for heroic moral courage when history demands it. This moral discipline also involves developing what Solzhenitsyn called spiritual courage, that enables people to act on their moral convictions despite social pressure, personal fear, or material temptation. Spiritual courage differs from physical courage in that it involves overcoming internal rather than external obstacles to right action. The person who speaks truth to power must overcome not only fear of retaliation, but also desires for approval, advancement, and comfort that make conformity seem attractive. The person who helps suffering strangers must overcome not only practical difficulties, but also selfishness, prejudice, and cynicism that make indifference seem reasonable. Developing such courage requires regular practice in choosing principle over convenience, truth over popularity, and service over self-interest in situations where the immediate costs of moral action exceed the immediate benefits. This practice gradually strengthens the moral will until acting according to conscience becomes natural rather than heroic. Solzhenitsyn identified solitude and contemplation as essential practices for maintaining contact with conscience in societies that provide constant distractions from serious moral reflection. The modern world bombards people with information, entertainment, and social stimulation that keeps their attention focused on external events while preventing the inner stillness necessary for moral discernment. People who never experience silence and solitude may lose touch with their own thoughts and feelings, let alone their deepest moral convictions. They become what he called spiritually scattered individuals who react to external stimuli but cannot engage in the sustained reflection necessary for moral wisdom. Regular periods of contemplative silence allow conscience to operate without interference from noise, anxiety, and social pressure that normally obscure its voice. Such practices help people distinguish between their authentic moral responses and the responses that society expects or rewards. The ultimate goal of cultivating individual conscience is not moral self-sufficiency, but rather what Solzhenitsyn called authentic moral community among people who have each taken responsibility for their own spiritual development. When individuals develop genuine moral autonomy, they become capable of forming relationships and institutions based on shared commitment to truth and justice rather than mutual manipulation or collective self-deception. Such communities can engage in honest dialogue about moral questions because their members are not defending institutional positions or personal interests, but seeking together to understand and implement moral truth. They can hold each other accountable for moral failures while providing support for moral growth, because their relationships are based on love for virtue rather than loyalty to persons or organizations. This creates the social conditions necessary for sustained moral progress and effective resistance to corruption. Authentic moral community emerges from individual moral development rather than replacing it, and it supports rather than threatens the conscience of its members. Part 9. Traditional Values and the Critique of Revolutionary Modernism. Solzhenitsyn's experience with revolutionary ideology led him to a profound appreciation for traditional values and institutions that had been dismissed by modern intellectual movements as backward or oppressive. He discovered that many practices and beliefs that seemed irrational or restrictive to modern minds actually embodied hard-won wisdom about human nature and social organization that took centuries to develop. Revolutionary movements that promised to create better societies by abandoning traditional constraints often ended up recreating the same human problems in more destructive forms, because they ignored the anthropological insights embedded in traditional cultures. This did not lead Solzhenitsyn to uncritical traditionalism, but rather to a more nuanced understanding of how societies balance continuity and change, innovation and preservation. His analysis of traditional values began with the recognition that human nature itself remains fundamentally constant across different historical periods and cultural contexts. While technology, social organization, and intellectual sophistication may advance dramatically, the basic moral and spiritual challenges that individuals face remain essentially the same. People in every era must learn to control their selfish impulses, develop compassion for others, find meaning and purpose beyond immediate gratification, and create stable relationships that support both individual flourishing and social cooperation. Traditional cultures developed elaborate systems of practices, institutions, and beliefs designed to help individuals navigate these perennial challenges successfully. These systems represent accumulated social wisdom that should not be discarded lightly in favor of untested innovations, however intellectually appealing they might seem. Revolutionary movements that ignore this wisdom often repeat ancient mistakes while believing they are creating unprecedented progress. Solzhenitsyn identified the family as the most important traditional institution for transmitting moral wisdom and providing the stable relationships necessary for healthy human development. The family creates the primary context where children learn basic moral principles through direct experience rather than abstract instruction. They observe how adults handle conflicts, disappointments, and responsibilities, and they practice these skills in a relatively safe environment where mistakes can be corrected through love rather than punishment. The family also provides the emotional security that enables individuals to take moral risks later in life because they know they have a community that will support them regardless of external outcomes. Societies that undermine family stability through economic policies, cultural messages, or legal arrangements that make long-term commitment difficult or unattractive often discover that they have eliminated one of their most important sources of moral education and social cohesion. The resulting social problems typically require expensive institutional interventions that prove less effective than the family structures they replaced. Religious traditions represent another crucial repository of traditional wisdom that Solzhenitsyn believed modern societies abandon at their peril. Regardless of their specific theological content, major religious traditions preserve insights about human nature, moral development, and spiritual practices that have been tested across many generations and diverse circumstances. They provide frameworks for understanding suffering, guidelines for ethical decision-making, practices for spiritual development, and communities that support individuals through difficult times. Modern secular alternatives often prove inadequate replacements because they lack the depth, stability, and transcendent orientation that make religious traditions effective sources of meaning and moral guidance. Societies that lose their religious foundations typically experience increases in depression, addiction, crime and suicide as people struggle to find purpose and direction without traditional sources of spiritual support. The sophisticated philosophical and psychological theories that replace religious wisdom often fail to provide the practical guidance and emotional sustenance that ordinary people need to navigate life's challenges successfully. Solzhenitsyn also defended traditional approaches to education that emphasized character formation alongside intellectual development. Traditional education recognized that knowledge without wisdom could be dangerous, and that intellectual sophistication without moral development often produces clever but destructive individuals. Students learn not only facts and skills, but also virtues like discipline, respect for authority, service to others, and appreciation for cultural heritage that shaped their character while expanding their minds. Modern educational approaches that focus exclusively on technical training and critical thinking often produce graduates who are intellectually capable, but morally confused. They may know how to analyze information and solve problems, but they lack the moral framework necessary to determine which problems are worth solving and which solutions serve authentic human welfare. This creates what Solzhenitsyn called educated barbarism that combines technical sophistication with spiritual primitivism. The defense of traditional values requires understanding the difference between essential principles and particular historical expressions of those principles. Solzhenitsyn argued that core insights about human nature and moral development can be preserved while adapting their institutional expressions to contemporary circumstances. The principle of family stability can be supported through policies that help modern families balance work and home responsibilities rather than simply recreating 19th-century family structures. Religious wisdom can inform public discourse and personal development without requiring establishment of particular denominations or rejection of scientific knowledge. Educational approaches can emphasize character formation while incorporating new knowledge about learning and human development. The goal is not to return to some imagined golden age, but to learn from traditional wisdom while addressing contemporary challenges. This selective appropriation of traditional wisdom requires what Solzhenitsyn called discriminating conservatism, that distinguishes between valuable insights and harmful practices within traditional cultures. Not everything traditional is good simply because it is old, just as not everything modern is bad simply because it is new. Traditional cultures often included practices like slavery, gender discrimination, and religious intolerance that violated the same moral principles that other aspects of those cultures sought to preserve. The task is to identify and preserve the elements of traditional wisdom that promote authentic human flourishing while discarding the elements that reflect ignorance, fear, or oppression. This requires careful moral discernment rather than wholesale acceptance or rejection of traditional practices. It also requires understanding how traditional practices developed in response to particular historical circumstances and how they might need to be modified for different circumstances. Solzhenitsyn connected his defense of traditional values to his critique of what he called revolutionary impatience, that seeks to solve complex social problems through rapid and comprehensive changes in basic institutions. Revolutionary approaches typically assume that existing problems result from flawed institutions rather than flawed human nature, and that creating better institutions will automatically produce better human behavior. This assumption leads to repeated cycles of institutional destruction and reconstruction that cause enormous suffering while failing to address the underlying human causes of social problems. Traditional approaches recognize that lasting social improvement requires gradual change in human character alongside gradual reform of institutions. This process takes generations rather than years and requires patience, humility, and respect for the wisdom embedded in existing arrangements. Societies that attempt revolutionary transformation without such patience often create more problems than they solve while destroying valuable social capital that took centuries to develop. Part 10. Literature as moral witness and the responsibility of artists. Solzhenitsyn revolutionized understanding of literature's role in society by demonstrating how artistic work could serve as moral witness that preserves truth in societies dedicated to suppressing it. His own literary career proved that creative writing possessed unique power to convey moral insights that direct political argument could not communicate effectively. Through novels, short stories, and historical narratives, he reached audiences who would never read philosophical treatises or political manifestos, and he made abstract moral principles concrete through characters and situations that readers could understand emotionally as well as intellectually. This experience led him to develop a comprehensive theory of artistic responsibility that challenged both traditional aesthetic theories and modern literary practices. The foundation of Solzhenitsyn's literary philosophy was his conviction that art serves essential social functions that go beyond entertainment or self-expression. In healthy societies, literature helps preserve cultural memory, transmit moral wisdom, explore complex human problems, and provide models of noble behavior that inspire readers to moral growth. In corrupt societies, literature becomes one of the few remaining vehicles for truth-telling when other institutions have been captured by ideological systems or commercial interests. Writers therefore bear special responsibility for maintaining their integrity and using their talents in service of human flourishing rather than personal advancement or artistic fashion. This responsibility becomes particularly acute when political authorities attempt to control artistic expression through censorship, economic pressure, or ideological indoctrination. Under such circumstances, maintaining artistic independence becomes a form of moral heroism that serves the entire society. Solzhenitsyn identified several specific ways that literature could serve as moral witness in oppressive societies. The first involves preserving the memory of historical atrocities that authorities want to erase from public consciousness. His own Gulag Archipelago demonstrated how literary documentation could serve as alternative historical record that preserved the experiences of victims when official histories ignored or distorted those experiences. This function requires writers to serve as investigators, archivists, and witnesses who collect testimony, verify facts, and present evidence in forms that engage readers emotionally while maintaining historical accuracy. Such work often involves personal danger and requires extraordinary commitment to truth over safety, but it provides irreplaceable service to future generations who need to understand their history accurately. Literature written as moral witness becomes part of the historical record itself and helps prevent the repetition of past atrocities. The second function involves exposing the gap between official ideologies and lived reality through detailed portraits of how ordinary people experience political systems. Authoritarian governments typically rely on abstract propaganda that describes their policies in terms of noble goals and beneficial outcomes. Literature can counter this propaganda by showing the concrete human consequences of those policies through stories that make readers feel what it would be like to live under such conditions. The novelist who describes a family destroyed by forced collectivization conveys truths about communist economics that statistical analyses cannot communicate. The playwright, who shows how censorship affects personal relationships, reveals the human costs of political control that abstract discussions of freedom cannot capture. Such literary witness helps audiences understand political systems from the perspective of those who suffer under them, rather than those who benefit from them. The third function involves providing moral education through characters who model virtue under difficult circumstances. Solzhenitsyn believed that readers learn moral behavior more effectively through observing fictional characters than through studying ethical theories or religious commandments. Stories show how abstract moral principles apply in specific situations and demonstrate that ordinary people can choose heroic behavior when circumstances demand it. The character who maintains integrity despite torture, who helps others despite scarcity, who tells truth despite danger, provides readers with models of behavior they can emulate in their own lives. Such characters also demonstrate that moral heroism emerges from character development rather than special talents or circumstances, making virtue seem achievable rather than impossible for ordinary readers. Literature thus becomes a form of moral pedagogy that teaches through inspiration rather than instruction. Solzhenitsyn also emphasized literature's unique capacity to convey the complexity and ambiguity of moral experience that abstract analysis tends to oversimplify. Real moral decisions typically involve competing values, incomplete information, and unintended consequences that make simple formulas inadequate guides for action. Literature can explore this complexity through characters who face genuine moral dilemmas where all available choices involve some degree of compromise or loss. The novel that shows a parent choosing between feeding their own children and helping starving neighbours explores territory that moral philosophy cannot map completely. The story that follows a person's gradual corruption or redemption over time reveals psychological processes that theoretical ethics cannot capture fully. By honouring this complexity, literature helps readers develop the moral discernment necessary for navigating their own difficult choices. This understanding of literature's moral function led Solzhenitsyn to harsh criticism of modern literary movements that prioritized aesthetic innovation over moral content. He argued that experimental techniques, avant-garde styles, and artistic self-referentiality often serve to insulate literature from serious engagement with moral and political questions. Writers who focused on formal innovation rather than human truth frequently produced work that was intellectually sophisticated but spiritually empty. Such literature might impress critics and win awards, but it failed to serve the social functions that made literary art valuable to human communities. Solzhenitsyn advocated instead for what he called moral realism, that used whatever techniques best served the goal of conveying truth about human experience. This might involve traditional narrative methods or innovative approaches, but the choice of technique should be determined by its effectiveness for moral communication rather than its novelty or sophistication. The responsibility of artists extends beyond their individual creative work to include their public role as cultural leaders who influence social values through their example and advocacy. Solzhenitsyn argued that writers and other artists possess cultural authority that gives them unusual power to shape public opinion and moral sensibility. This authority creates corresponding obligations to use their influence responsibly rather than simply pursuing personal fame or commercial success. Artists who promote nihilistic philosophies, celebrate destructive behaviors, or encourage cynicism about moral values bear partial responsibility for the social consequences of their influence. Those who use their talents to promote wisdom, virtue, and authentic human flourishing contribute to the moral health of their societies. This does not mean that art should become propaganda or that artists should suppress their genuine insights in favor of conventional morality, but rather that they should consider the broader implications of their work beyond its immediate artistic merits. Solzhenitsyn's own literary practice provided a model for how writers could fulfill these responsibilities while maintaining artistic integrity. His novels combined careful attention to literary craft with unwavering commitment to moral truth. He developed narrative techniques that could convey complex philosophical insights through concrete dramatic situations, and he created characters whose individual stories illuminated universal themes about human nature and moral choice. His work demonstrated that moral seriousness and artistic excellence could reinforce rather than compete with each other. The moral urgency of his themes seemed to intensify rather than diminish his creative powers, while his artistic skill made his moral insights more rather than less compelling. This integration of ethical and aesthetic concerns provided a powerful alternative to both didactic propaganda and purely aesthetic formalism. Part 11. The Russian Soul and Cultural Identity. Solzhenitsyn's understanding of Russian cultural identity emerged from his conviction that different nations possess distinctive spiritual characteristics that shape their approach to universal human problems. He rejected both nationalist chauvinism that claimed Russian superiority and cosmopolitan universalism that denied meaningful cultural differences. Instead, he argued that Russia possessed particular gifts and particular vulnerabilities that made Russian people especially capable of certain insights while making them especially susceptible to certain temptations. Understanding these national characteristics became essential for addressing Russia's political problems and for appreciating Russia's potential contributions to world civilization. The foundation of Russian spiritual identity, according to Solzhenitsyn, lay in what he called the Russian capacity for spiritual extremism that could manifest as either profound sanctity or devastating destructiveness. Russians possessed unusual ability to pursue absolute ideals with complete dedication regardless of personal cost or practical consequences. This tendency produced both the orthodox saints who achieved extraordinary levels of spiritual purification and the revolutionary fanatics who destroyed their own society in pursuit of utopian dreams. The same psychological and cultural forces that enabled Russians to create profound spiritual literature and heroic acts of self-sacrifice also enabled them to embrace totalitarian ideologies with unprecedented thoroughness. Understanding this pattern became crucial for helping Russia channel its spiritual intensity toward constructive rather than destructive purposes. The goal was not to eliminate Russian extremism, but to direct it toward authentic rather than false transcendence. Solzhenitsyn traced this spiritual extremism through Russian history from the medieval period through the Soviet era. The same culture that produced the spiritual depth of Dostoevsky and Tolstoy also produced the ideological fanaticism of Lenin and Stalin. The Russian capacity for complete dedication to transcendent causes made Russians capable of extraordinary spiritual achievements when those causes were authentic, but it also made them vulnerable to manipulation by false prophets who promised worldly versions of spiritual fulfillment. Communist ideology succeeded in Russia not despite Russian spirituality, but because of it, by offering secular substitutes for religious transcendence that appealed to the same psychological needs that Orthodox Christianity had traditionally satisfied. The communist promise of earthly paradise attracted people whose spiritual hunger made them dissatisfied with merely material improvements in their condition. They wanted not just better living standards, but transformation of the human condition itself, which made them susceptible to revolutionary movements that promised total social transformation. This analysis led Solzhenitsyn to conclude that Russia's recovery required spiritual rather than merely political renewal. Democratic institutions and market economics might improve Russia's material condition, but they could not satisfy the spiritual hunger that made Russians vulnerable to extremist movements. Unless Russians rediscovered authentic sources of transcendent meaning, they would continue to oscillate between spiritual emptiness and false spiritual fulfillment. The solution required reconnection with Russia's Orthodox Christian heritage, not as narrow religious sectarianism, but as access to spiritual resources that could satisfy the Russian need for absolute meaning while directing it toward constructive purposes. Orthodox Christianity provided frameworks for spiritual development that honored Russian extremism while channeling it toward personal sanctification rather than political revolution. This religious renewal would create the spiritual foundation necessary for stable democratic governance and authentic cultural development. Solzhenitsyn also identified what he called the Russian gift for suffering, that enabled Russians to discover spiritual insights through hardship that more comfortable peoples often missed. This did not mean that Russians enjoyed suffering or that suffering was intrinsically good, but rather that Russian culture had developed unusual wisdom about how to transform unavoidable suffering into spiritual growth. Russian literature excelled at exploring the redemptive possibilities of suffering, while Russian Orthodox spirituality provided practical methods for using hardship as a tool for character development. This cultural wisdom became especially valuable during the Soviet period, when millions of Russians faced extreme hardship that could either destroy them spiritually or purify them, depending on how they responded to it. Many Russians discovered through their suffering that material comfort was less important for human happiness than they had previously believed, and that inner freedom could survive even when external freedom was eliminated. This insight provided a foundation for spiritual resistance to totalitarian control that purely political opposition could not achieve. The Russian capacity for community represented another distinctive cultural characteristic that Solzhenitsyn believed could contribute to solving contemporary social problems. Russian culture emphasized collective responsibility and mutual aid in ways that balanced individual dignity with social solidarity. This orientation differed from both Western individualism, that often ignored social obligations, and communist collectivism that eliminated individual rights. Traditional Russian communities managed to preserve individual conscience and creativity while maintaining strong bonds of mutual support and shared responsibility. Such communities provided models for social organization that could address the isolation and alienation that plagued modern industrial societies, without sacrificing the personal freedom that made human flourishing possible. The Russian gift for community could help other cultures discover alternatives to the false choice between selfish individualism and oppressive collectivism. However, Solzhenitsyn also identified distinctive Russian weaknesses that had contributed to the nation's political disasters and continued to threaten its future development. The Russian tendency toward spiritual extremism often manifested as intolerance toward those who held different beliefs or lived according to different values. Russians who achieved spiritual insights sometimes assumed that everyone should adopt exactly the same spiritual practices, and they became impatient with the gradual processes of persuasion and education that democratic societies required. This intolerance made Russians susceptible to authoritarian movements that promised to impose correct beliefs on everyone rather than allowing people to discover truth through their own spiritual development. The Russian gift for absolute dedication could become a curse when it attached itself to false absolutes that promised simple solutions to complex problems. Learning to combine spiritual seriousness with intellectual humility became essential for Russian cultural development. Russian political culture also suffered from what Solzhenitsyn called excessive dependence on strong leadership that prevented the development of mature democratic institutions. Russians had historically looked to czars, party leaders, or charismatic figures to solve their problems, rather than taking collective responsibility for their own governance. This pattern reflected the Russian desire for spiritual authority that could provide clear guidance about ultimate questions, but it also prevented Russians from developing the skills of democratic citizenship that required individuals to think for themselves while cooperating with others. Democratic governance demanded that people balance respect for legitimate authority with willingness to question and replace leaders who fail to serve the common good. Russians needed to learn how to combine their natural respect for spiritual authority with healthy skepticism about political authority. This required distinguishing between different types of authority and developing appropriate responses to each. Solzhenitsyn's vision for Russian renewal emphasized recovering the best elements of Russian cultural tradition while learning from other cultures and adapting to contemporary circumstances. This process required neither wholesale rejection of Western influence nor uncritical acceptance of everything Russian. Instead, it demanded careful discrimination that identified which aspects of Russian heritage promoted authentic human flourishing and which aspects reflected historical limitations that needed to be overcome. Similarly, it required evaluating Western practices and ideas according to their compatibility with authentic Russian spiritual insights, rather than accepting or rejecting them based on their foreign origin. The goal was not cultural isolation, but cultural integrity that allowed Russians to contribute their distinctive gifts to world civilization while learning from the gifts that other cultures had developed. Such cultural development required spiritual confidence combined with intellectual openness, traditional rootedness combined with contemporary relevance. Part 12. Christianity and Spiritual Renewal. Solzhenitsyn's return to Orthodox Christianity represented far more than personal religious conversion. It constituted his fundamental solution to the spiritual crisis that he believed underlay all of modern civilization's political and social problems. He argued that the abandonment of Christian faith in both East and West had created a spiritual vacuum that left people vulnerable to ideological manipulation and moral confusion. Only the recovery of authentic Christian spirituality could provide the transcendent foundation necessary for human dignity, moral responsibility, and sustainable social order. This did not require theocratic governance or the suppression of other religious traditions, but it did require acknowledging Christianity's unique capacity to address the deepest human needs for meaning, purpose, and redemption. Solzhenitsyn's understanding of Christianity differed significantly from both liberal Protestant theology that reduced Christian faith to social activism and conservative fundamentalism that reduced it to literal biblical interpretation. He emphasized instead what he called spiritual Christianity, that focused on the transformation of human consciousness through direct relationship with divine reality. This approach took seriously both the mystical and practical dimensions of Christian life, combining contemplative prayer with active service, personal holiness with social responsibility. The goal was not merely intellectual assent to Christian doctrines, but actual participation in the divine life that Christian doctrines described. Such participation required disciplines of prayer, fasting, confession, and charity that gradually purified the heart and enabled individuals to perceive reality from God's perspective rather than their own limited viewpoint. This spiritual transformation provided the foundation for all authentic moral and political reform. The camps had provided Solzhenitsyn with dramatic evidence for Christianity's unique power to sustain human dignity under impossible circumstances. He observed that prisoners who maintained genuine Christian faith often displayed extraordinary courage, compassion, and hope despite unimaginable suffering. Their faith provided them with sources of meaning and purpose that transcended their immediate circumstances and enabled them to maintain their humanity even when everything else was stripped away. Christian prisoners could forgive their tormentors, help fellow inmates, and preserve their moral integrity because they understood their suffering as participation in Christ's redemptive work rather than meaningless victimization. This perspective transformed their experience of suffering from pure loss into spiritual opportunity, giving them strength that purely humanistic philosophies could not provide. The Christian framework offered concrete hope for ultimate justice and redemption that made present suffering bearable while maintaining commitment to present moral responsibility. Solzhenitsyn contrasted this Christian response to suffering with the alternatives he observed among prisoners who lacked religious faith. Secular humanists often began with noble ideals about human dignity and moral progress, but these ideals proved inadequate when tested by extreme hardship. Without transcendent foundations, humanistic values seemed arbitrary and fragile when confronted with the reality of human evil and cosmic indifference. Prisoners who relied solely on human reason and secular ethics often experienced despair or cynicism when their assumptions about human goodness and historical progress were shattered by camp reality. They had no framework for understanding why they should maintain moral behavior when such behavior brought no practical benefits and often increased their suffering. Christian prisoners, by contrast, maintained moral commitments even when those commitments seemed irrational from purely human perspectives, because they understood themselves as accountable to divine rather than merely human standards. This analysis led Solzhenitsyn to conclude that sustainable moral behavior required transcendent rather than immanent foundations. People who grounded their ethics in human reason, social utility, or personal preference inevitably discovered that these foundations could not support moral commitment when moral behavior conflicted with survival, success, or happiness. Only the conviction that moral truth existed independently of human opinion and that moral behavior served purposes larger than immediate human welfare could motivate consistent ethical action under all circumstances. Christianity provided such conviction through its teaching that moral truth reflected the character of God and that moral behavior expressed love for God, regardless of its practical consequences. This transcendent orientation freed people from the need to calculate the benefits of moral action and enabled them to act ethically even when such action seemed futile or counterproductive. The Christian who helped enemies or told truth to tyrants did so not because it produced good results, but because it expressed faithfulness to divine love. Solzhenitsyn also emphasized Christianity's unique capacity to address the problem of human evil through its doctrine of sin and redemption. Unlike ideologies that blamed evil on external circumstances or temporary ignorance, Christianity recognized evil as a permanent feature of human nature that could only be overcome through divine grace. This insight prevented the naive optimism that led to utopian political movements while maintaining hope for individual transformation and gradual social improvement. Christians could work for justice and oppose oppression without expecting to eliminate evil completely, and they could acknowledge their own capacity for sin without descending into despair about human possibilities. The doctrine of redemption promised that even the worst sinners could be transformed through God's grace, while the doctrine of sin warned that even the best people remained vulnerable to moral failure. This balanced understanding of human nature provided realistic foundations for political action that avoided both revolutionary fanaticism and conservative complacency. The practical implications of Christian renewal extended far beyond individual spiritual development to encompass entire approaches to social organization and cultural development. Solzhenitsyn argued that Christian societies could balance individual freedom with social responsibility in ways that neither secular individualism nor collectivist ideologies could achieve. Christian understanding of human dignity as grounded in divine image provided stronger foundations for individual rights than secular theories based on social contracts or utilitarian calculations. At the same time, Christian teaching about love of neighbor created stronger motivations for social responsibility than secular appeals to rational self-interest or abstract duty. Christian societies could protect individual conscience while maintaining moral standards, encourage personal achievement while preventing destructive competition, and promote material prosperity while preserving spiritual values. Such balance required wisdom and restraint that secular ideologies often lacked because they absolutized partial truths rather than seeking comprehensive understanding of human nature and social needs. Solzhenitsyn's advocacy for Christian renewal did not involve rejection of intellectual inquiry or scientific knowledge. He argued instead that Christianity provided the proper framework for understanding the relationship between reason and revelation, temporal and eternal concerns, material and spiritual dimensions of reality. Christian faith liberated rather than constrained human reason by providing ultimate foundations that enabled rational inquiry to proceed without falling into relativism or despair. Scientists could pursue knowledge about the natural world while maintaining conviction that such knowledge served purposes larger than mere curiosity or technological manipulation. Scholars could engage in critical analysis of ideas and institutions while preserving commitment to truth that transcended personal opinion or cultural convention. Artists could explore the full range of human experience while maintaining hope for beauty and meaning that justified their creative efforts. The recovery of Christian civilization also required what Solzhenitsyn called missionary patience, that recognized the gradual nature of spiritual transformation and avoided the temptation to impose Christian values through political force. Authentic Christian renewal had to emerge from genuine conversion and spiritual growth rather than external compulsion or social pressure. This meant that Christians should focus primarily on living according to Christian principles in their own lives while offering invitation rather than demand to others who might be attracted to their example. Such approach required tremendous faith in the power of truth to convince and love to transform, along with willingness to accept rejection and misunderstanding from those who were not ready for Christian commitment. It also required distinguishing between the eternal truths of Christian faith and the particular cultural forms through which those truths had been expressed in different historical periods. Christian renewal could learn from Christian tradition while adapting to contemporary circumstances that differed from those in which traditional Christian institutions had developed. Part 13. The problem of violence and non-violent resistance. Solzhenitsyn's experience with both revolutionary violence and state oppression led him to profound reflections on when, if ever, violence could be morally justified and what alternatives might exist for opposing evil without becoming evil oneself. His analysis began with the recognition that violence represents the breakdown of moral reasoning and the resort to force when rational persuasion has failed. While violence might sometimes be necessary for protecting innocent life or preventing greater evils, it always involved moral costs that needed to be carefully weighed against its potential benefits. The person who chose violence, even for good reasons, took responsibility for destroying human life and contributing to the cycle of hatred and revenge that perpetuated conflict across generations. This insight emerged from Solzhenitsyn's observation of how revolutionary violence had shaped Soviet history and his own early participation in that violence as a young military officer and communist believer. He had initially accepted Marxist justifications for revolutionary violence that promised to eliminate oppression by destroying oppressive classes and institutions. The experience of the camps revealed to him how revolutionary idealism could motivate extraordinary cruelty while preserving the moral self-image of those who inflicted suffering on others. People who genuinely believed they were serving justice and human liberation could torture innocent victims without experiencing guilt or remorse because their ideology transformed cruelty into heroism. This taught Solzhenitsyn that good intentions could not justify evil means, and that violence used for supposedly noble purposes often produced results opposite to those intended. Revolutionary violence typically created more rather than less oppression while corrupting those who used it in service of liberation. The alternative to violence that Solzhenitsyn developed through his camp experience centered on what he called moral resistance, that opposed evil through refusal to participate in it rather than through attempts to destroy it forcibly. This approach recognized that evil ultimately depended on the cooperation of its victims, and that withdrawing such cooperation could be more effective than direct confrontation. The person who refused to lie, inform on others, participate in propaganda ceremonies, or express enthusiasm for policies they opposed created cracks in the system of oppression that could eventually cause its collapse. Such resistance required enormous courage because it often invited severe punishment, but it avoided the moral corruption that came with using violence against oppressors. More importantly, it created possibilities for genuine reconciliation rather than simply replacing one form of oppression with another. Moral resistance could transform both victims and oppressors by demonstrating alternative ways of responding to conflict that broke cycles of revenge and hatred. Solzhenitsyn traced the practical mechanics of non-violent resistance through specific examples of how prisoners could maintain their dignity and resist cooperation with camp authorities without provoking violent retaliation. Prisoners could refuse to inform on fellow inmates by claiming ignorance, rather than dramatically declaring their opposition to the informant system. They could avoid participating in propaganda sessions by developing illnesses or requesting work assignments that conflicted with those sessions. They could resist pressure to confess to crimes they had not committed by remaining silent rather than loudly proclaiming their innocence. Such tactics required careful calculation of risks and benefits, along with willingness to accept punishment when resistance was discovered. But they preserved the moral integrity of those who used them while gradually undermining the system's ability to function effectively. The key to effective non-violent resistance lay in what Solzhenitsyn called strategic wisdom, that chose the most effective forms of opposition while minimizing unnecessary provocation of authorities. This required understanding the psychology of oppressors and the mechanics of oppressive systems well enough to identify their vulnerabilities and exploit them without triggering overwhelming retaliation. Successful resistance often involved making it more costly for authorities to enforce compliance than to tolerate non-compliance, while avoiding dramatic gestures that would force them to make examples of resistors. The goal was not heroic martyrdom, but sustained effectiveness in reducing the system's capacity to function while preserving the lives and welfare of those who opposed it. This approach required patience, discipline and coordination among resistors who shared information about effective tactics while maintaining security against infiltration by informants. It also required spiritual preparation that enabled people to endure punishment and uncertainty without abandoning their moral commitments or becoming consumed by hatred for their oppressors. Solzhenitsyn connected his analysis of non-violent resistance to broader questions about the relationship between means and ends in moral action. He argued that the methods people use to achieve their goals inevitably shaped the character of those goals and determined whether achieving them would actually improve human welfare. Violence used to create justice, typically produced injustice because it taught people that force rather than reason should determine social arrangements. Deception used to promote truth, typically undermined truth by demonstrating that truth-tellers could not be trusted. Hatred used to combat hatred, typically increased rather than decreased the total amount of hatred in the world. Only methods consistent with desired outcomes could reliably produce those outcomes without creating new problems that required additional violence, deception, or hatred to solve. This principle had profound implications for how people should respond to injustice and oppression in their own societies. Those who wanted to create more truthful societies needed to practice truthfulness in their own lives rather than using deception to combat deception. Those who wanted to promote human dignity needed to treat their opponents with dignity rather than dehumanizing them in the name of humanitarian principles. Those who wanted to establish justice needed to act justly toward their enemies rather than using injustice to combat injustice. Such consistency required tremendous moral discipline because it often meant accepting short-term disadvantages in order to preserve long-term moral integrity. But it offered the only realistic hope for creating lasting improvements in human society, rather than simply changing which groups held power to oppress others. Solzhenitsyn also examined the psychological and spiritual dimensions of non-violent resistance that enabled some people to maintain their commitment to peaceful methods even under extreme provocation. Effective non-violent resistance required what he called spiritual detachment from outcomes that allowed people to act according to their principles, regardless of whether such action produced immediate practical results. This detachment came not from indifference to consequences, but from faith that living according to moral truth served purposes larger than any particular political or social goal. People who maintained such faith could continue resisting oppression even when their resistance seemed futile, because they understood their actions as expressions of ultimate rather than merely temporal values. This spiritual foundation provided the stability necessary for sustained resistance that could outlast temporary setbacks and continue despite discouraging circumstances. Without such foundation, non-violent movements often collapsed when they failed to achieve quick victories, or when their members became frustrated with the slow pace of change. The ultimate goal of non-violent resistance was not merely to defeat oppressive systems, but to transform the relationships between former enemies into foundations for just and peaceful society. This transformation required forgiveness and reconciliation that could only emerge when resistance had been conducted without hatred or revenge. People who had maintained their moral integrity while opposing injustice could offer genuine friendship to former oppressors who acknowledged their wrongdoing and committed themselves to different behavior. Such reconciliation provided the social trust necessary for democratic governance and peaceful conflict resolution that purely political arrangements could not achieve. Societies that moved from oppression to freedom through non-violent resistance often developed stronger democratic institutions than those that achieved freedom through violent revolution, because their struggle had prepared them for cooperation rather than continued conflict. The methods of liberation became the foundation for subsequent social organization. Part 14. Economic Justice and the Critique of Both Capitalism and Socialism. Solzhenitsyn's analysis of economic systems began with the recognition that both capitalism and socialism had reduced human beings to economic units, while ignoring the spiritual and moral dimensions of human existence that gave economic activity its proper purpose and meaning. He argued that the fundamental question was not which economic system produced the most goods or distributed them most efficiently, but which approach to economic organization best served authentic human flourishing. This perspective led him to criticize both the materialist assumptions underlying Marxist economics and the consumerist values driving capitalist societies. Neither system adequately addressed human needs for meaning, community, moral purpose, and spiritual development that were more important than material prosperity for genuine happiness and social stability. His critique of socialism emerged from direct experience with how communist economic policies had affected ordinary Soviet citizens. The planned economy had promised to eliminate poverty and exploitation by placing economic decisions in the hands of experts who would rationally organize production for social benefit rather than private profit. In practice, central planning had created massive inefficiencies, chronic shortages, and new forms of exploitation that were often worse than those it had supposedly eliminated. Party officials and government bureaucrats had become a new ruling class that enjoyed privileges unavailable to ordinary workers, while claiming to represent their interests. The absence of market mechanisms had made it impossible to coordinate complex economic activities effectively, while the absence of private property had eliminated incentives for innovation and careful resource use. Most importantly, the concentration of economic power in government hands had created tools for political oppression that made totalitarian control possible. But Solzhenitsyn's criticism of capitalism proved equally penetrating when he encountered Western consumer culture during his exile from the Soviet Union. He observed that capitalist societies had achieved impressive material prosperity, but often at the cost of spiritual emptiness and moral confusion that made their citizens vulnerable to manipulation and despair. The competitive pursuit of wealth and status had created social relationships based on mutual exploitation rather than genuine community. The emphasis on individual acquisition had undermined traditional sources of meaning and purpose, while offering no adequate substitutes beyond material accumulation and sensory gratification. Most troubling, The consumer mentality had transformed people from moral agents who took responsibility for their choices into passive recipients of goods and services who evaluated their lives according to what they possessed rather than who they were becoming. Such people could be easily controlled through the manipulation of their desires, even though they enjoyed formal political freedoms. Solzhenitsyn identified the common root of both systems' failures in their shared materialist assumption that human welfare could be measured primarily in terms of economic production and consumption. Socialist planners focused on maximizing total production, while capitalist entrepreneurs focused on maximizing individual consumption. But both approaches ignored the question of whether increased material prosperity actually improved human lives. Neither system provided frameworks for distinguishing between authentic human needs and artificially created desires, between productive work that served genuine purposes and busy activity that simply generated income or kept people occupied. Both systems encouraged people to define success in quantitative terms that could be measured statistically rather than qualitative terms that required moral and spiritual discernment. This quantitative orientation made it impossible to evaluate whether economic growth actually promoted human flourishing or simply increased the complexity and scale of human problems. Societies could become wealthier while becoming less happy, more productive while becoming less creative, more efficient while becoming less wise. The alternative approach that Solzhenitsyn advocated began with what he called human-scale economics, that subordinated economic considerations to moral and spiritual ones. This approach recognized that economic activity should serve the development of human character and community, rather than becoming an end in itself. Work should provide opportunities for creativity, service, and personal growth, rather than simply generating income or producing goods. Economic institutions should strengthen family relationships and local communities, rather than disrupting them for the sake of efficiency or profit. The distribution of wealth should reflect principles of justice and human dignity, rather than simply rewarding market success or political power. Such an approach required fundamental changes in how people thought about the purpose of economic activity and the criteria for evaluating economic performance. This human-scale approach implied support for economic arrangements that preserved individual initiative, while preventing extreme concentrations of wealth and power. Solzhenitsyn favored small-scale enterprises owned by individuals or families who had direct involvement in their operation rather than large corporations controlled by remote shareholders or government bureaucrats. Such enterprises could maintain human relationships between owners, workers, and customers while providing goods and services that served genuine community needs. They could also preserve the connection between work and character development that large-scale organizations often severed through excessive specialization and hierarchical control. Workers in human-scale enterprises could understand how their contributions served larger purposes and could take pride in the quality of their work rather than simply following orders or meeting quotas. This approach would not eliminate all economic problems, but it would create conditions where economic problems could be addressed through moral reasoning and community cooperation rather than bureaucratic manipulation or market manipulation. The implementation of human-scale economics required what Solzhenitsyn called voluntary simplicity, that chose sufficiency over abundance and quality over quantity in both personal consumption and social production. This did not mean abandoning all material comforts or rejecting technological improvements that genuinely served human welfare. Rather, it meant developing the wisdom to distinguish between needs and wants, between tools that served human purposes and gadgets that served no purpose beyond entertainment or status display. People who practiced voluntary simplicity could find satisfaction in meaningful work, genuine relationships, and spiritual development, rather than requiring constant increases in material consumption to maintain their happiness. Such people would be less vulnerable to economic manipulation and more capable of making economic choices based on moral criteria rather than simply accepting whatever the market offered or the government provided. They could also serve as examples for others who were trapped in cycles of consumption and debt that prevented them from discovering more authentic sources of satisfaction. Solzhenitsyn recognized that the transition to human-scale economics could not be imposed through political force, but had to emerge from changes in individual values and priorities that gradually influenced social institutions. People who discovered that material accumulation could not provide lasting happiness would naturally begin seeking economic arrangements that served their deeper needs for purpose and community. Communities that prioritized character development and mutual aid would naturally develop economic practices that supported those priorities rather than undermining them. Gradually, the demand for human-scale enterprises would create incentives for their development while reducing support for large-scale organizations that treated people as economic units rather than moral agents. This process would take generations rather than years and would require patience with setbacks and partial solutions. But it offered hope for economic arrangements that could serve authentic human flourishing rather than simply maximizing measurable outputs that might or might not improve human welfare. Part 15. The Role of Memory in Moral Development. Solzhenitsyn discovered that memory serves as the foundation for all moral development by preserving the experiences that teach people to distinguish between good and evil, wise and foolish, noble and base responses to life's challenges. Without accurate memory of what has happened in the past, individuals and societies cannot learn from their mistakes or build upon their successes. They become trapped in cycles of repeated error that could be avoided if they retained clear knowledge of previous attempts to solve similar problems. This insight made the preservation and transmission of memory a moral imperative that required active effort against the natural human tendency to forget painful experiences and romanticize past achievements. The camps had provided Solzhenitsyn with dramatic examples of how the manipulation and destruction of memory could serve as tools of oppression. Soviet authorities systematically erased the records of their crimes while rewriting history to portray their victims as enemies who deserved punishment. Prisoners were forbidden to speak about their experiences or maintain contact with the outside world that might preserve knowledge of what had happened to them. Official histories ignored or distorted the suffering of millions while celebrating the achievements of those who had caused that suffering. This destruction of memory served multiple purposes. It prevented victims from organizing resistance based on shared knowledge of their situation. It eliminated evidence that might be used to hold perpetrators accountable, and it made it easier to repeat similar crimes in the future. Societies that lost their memory became defenseless against manipulation by those who controlled the present interpretation of past events. The recovery and preservation of authentic memory therefore became acts of resistance that could undermine tyrannical systems while serving future generations. Solzhenitsyn devoted enormous effort to collecting testimonies from camp survivors, documenting the details of administrative procedures and preserving the names and stories of individual victims. This work required tremendous courage because it involved gathering information that authorities wanted to keep secret and maintaining records that could be used as evidence of treason. It also required extraordinary patience because the full truth could only be assembled from thousands of individual accounts that had to be carefully verified and organized into coherent narratives. The resulting documentation served not only as historical record, but also as moral education that revealed the human consequences of ideological fanaticism and bureaucratic indifference. Future generations could learn from this preserved memory how to recognize and resist similar threats to human dignity. Solzhenitsyn identified several specific ways that memory functioned in moral development at both individual and social levels. Personal memory of moral failures helped individuals recognize patterns of weakness in their own character that needed to be addressed through spiritual discipline and conscious effort. Memory of moral successes provided models for future behavior while building confidence that virtue was possible even under difficult circumstances. Memory of suffering helped people develop empathy for others who face similar challenges while teaching them to appreciate good things that they might otherwise take for granted. Memory of kindness received from others created obligations to extend similar kindness to those who needed it. Without such memories, people could not develop mature moral judgment because they lacked the experiential foundation necessary for understanding the consequences of different choices. At the social level, collective memory served similar functions for entire communities and nations. Memory of past injustices helped societies recognize warning signs that similar injustices might be developing and take preventive action before they became entrenched. Memory of past achievements provided models for addressing contemporary challenges while preserving knowledge of what had worked successfully under previous circumstances. Memory of conflicts and their resolution helped communities develop wisdom about managing disagreements peacefully rather than repeating cycles of violence and revenge. Memory of cultural traditions preserved insights about human nature and social organization that have been tested across many generations. Societies that lost such memories became vulnerable to demagogues who promised simple solutions to complex problems while ignoring the lessons of history. The cultivation of accurate memory required what Solzhenitsyn called moral honesty, that resisted the temptation to sanitize or romanticize past experiences in order to avoid uncomfortable truths. People naturally preferred to remember their successes while forgetting their failures, to focus on the good aspects of their heritage while ignoring its problematic elements. This selective memory might preserve self-esteem and social harmony in the short term, but it prevented the learning that could only come through honest examination of both positive and negative aspects of experience. Moral honesty required acknowledging mistakes without becoming paralyzed by guilt, celebrating achievements without becoming complacent about continued challenges. It meant preserving memory of suffering without becoming trapped in victimhood, learning from conflicts without perpetuating hatreds. Such honesty demanded courage because it often required acknowledging uncomfortable truths about oneself and one's community that were easier to ignore or deny. The transmission of memory across generations required developing cultural institutions and practices that could preserve important knowledge while making it accessible to people who had not directly experienced the events being remembered. Solzhenitsyn emphasized the crucial role of literature, education, and family traditions in this transmission process. Stories, whether factual or fictional, could convey the human meaning of historical events in ways that abstract analysis could not capture. Education that included serious study of history, biography, and moral philosophy could help young people understand the choices that previous generations had faced and the consequences of those choices. Family traditions that preserved knowledge of ancestors' experiences could make historical events personally relevant while providing models of behavior under various circumstances. Religious and cultural ceremonies could create emotional connections to past events that made them memorable and meaningful for contemporary participants. The distortion of memory represented one of the most serious threats to moral and social health because it undermined the foundation for all learning and progress. When memory was deliberately falsified for political purposes, entire societies could lose their capacity for realistic self-assessment and wise decision-making. When memory was accidentally distorted through carelessness or sentimentality, the lessons of experience could be lost, even though the basic facts remained available. When memory was simply neglected through focus on immediate concerns, valuable knowledge could disappear before anyone realized its importance. Protecting the integrity of memory therefore required constant vigilance against all forms of historical distortion, while actively working to preserve and transmit the most important lessons of human experience. This work represented one of the highest forms of service that individuals could provide to their communities and to future generations who would face similar moral challenges under different circumstances. Part 16. Education and the Formation of Character. Solzhenitsyn's analysis of education began with the fundamental insight that all genuine education is moral education, because the process of learning inevitably shapes the character of learners as well as their knowledge and skills. The question is not whether education will have moral effects, but whether those effects will promote virtue or vice, wisdom or cleverness, human flourishing or human diminishment. This recognition led him to harsh criticism of modern educational approaches that attempted to separate intellectual development from character formation while claiming to be morally neutral. Such approaches inevitably taught moral lessons through their methods and assumptions, even when they avoided explicit moral instruction. And the lessons they taught often undermined the very values that education should cultivate. The foundation of authentic education, according to Solzhenitsyn, must be the recognition that human beings possess spiritual as well as intellectual capacities that require cultivation if people are to achieve their full potential. Educational approaches that ignored the spiritual dimension of human nature produced what he called educated barbarians, who possessed sophisticated technical skills but lacked the wisdom necessary to use those skills responsibly. Such people could manipulate complex systems, analyze complicated problems, and perform specialized functions, but they had no framework for determining whether their activities served authentic human welfare or simply their own narrow interests. They became tools of whatever institutions employed them, rather than moral agents capable of independent judgment about ultimate questions of purpose and value. This made them dangerous because their education amplified their capacity for both good and evil without providing clear guidance about which path to choose. Their intellectual sophistication could serve noble or ignoble purposes with equal effectiveness. Solzhenitsyn traced this problem through the development of modern educational institutions that had gradually abandoned their traditional mission of character formation in favor of technical training and ideological indoctrination. Traditional education had assumed that the primary purpose of learning was to help students become wise and virtuous human beings who could contribute to the common good while achieving personal fulfillment. Knowledge and skills were taught within a framework of moral and spiritual values that gave them meaning and direction. Students learned not only facts and techniques, but also virtues like discipline, humility, perseverance, and service that shaped how they would use their education throughout their lives. Modern education, by contrast, focused primarily on providing students with credentials and skills that would enable them to achieve success in competitive economic and social environments. The moral and spiritual dimensions of education were either ignored entirely or reduced to therapeutic techniques for managing stress and building self-esteem. This transformation had occurred gradually through several related changes in educational philosophy and practice. The first involved the adoption of relativistic assumptions about truth and value that made serious moral education seem impossible or inappropriate. If all moral judgments were merely expressions of personal preference or cultural convention, then schools could not teach students to distinguish between right and wrong without imposing arbitrary values on them. The result was educational approaches that taught students to analyze and critique different moral positions without providing guidance about which positions were actually superior to others. Students learned to think about moral questions, but not to think morally about them, developing intellectual skills for moral reasoning while remaining confused about moral truth. This produced graduates who were sophisticated in academic discourse, but primitive in practical wisdom. The second change involved the bureaucratization of education that reduced teaching to technical procedures designed to produce measurable outcomes efficiently. Teachers became technicians who delivered predetermined curricula according to approved methods, rather than mentors who help students discover their unique talents and calling. Learning became processing information and acquiring skills rather than developing understanding and character. Success was measured through standardized tests that evaluated memory and analytical ability rather than wisdom and virtue. This approach could mass-produce graduates with similar credentials and capabilities, but it could not cultivate the individual character development that authentic education required. Students learned to perform educational tasks successfully without necessarily becoming educated in any meaningful sense. The third change involved the politicization of education that used schools to promote particular ideological agendas rather than seeking truth through open inquiry. Whether the ideology was revolutionary socialism or consumer capitalism, progressive liberalism or traditional conservatism, the result was the same. Students learned to repeat approved opinions rather than developing the capacity for independent thought. Education became a form of sophisticated propaganda that created the illusion of intellectual development while actually preventing genuine learning. Students who questioned approved doctrines were discouraged or punished, while those who demonstrated ideological conformity were rewarded with high grades and advancement opportunities. This produced graduates who were intellectually sophisticated but spiritually enslaved, capable of complex reasoning within approved frameworks, but incapable of questioning the frameworks themselves. They became what Solzhenitsyn called unconscious agents of ideological systems they had never seriously examined. The alternative approach that Solzhenitsyn advocated emphasized what he called education for wisdom, that integrated intellectual development with moral and spiritual formation. This approach recognized that the ultimate purpose of education was to help students become fully human rather than simply acquiring knowledge and skills that could be used for any purpose. Students would learn to seek truth rather than simply processing information, to develop character rather than simply building competencies, to serve others rather than simply advancing themselves. Such education required teachers who were themselves wise and virtuous rather than simply knowledgeable and skilled. And it required institutional environments that supported the slow process of character development rather than demanding quick results. The curriculum for education for wisdom would include serious study of literature, history, philosophy and religion that exposed students to the deepest questions about human existence and the various answers that thoughtful people had developed over time. Students would encounter great minds wrestling with fundamental problems, rather than simply learning contemporary academic theories or practical techniques. They would be challenged to develop their own responses to these enduring questions, while learning from the wisdom of those who had faced similar challenges in different circumstances. The goal would not be to indoctrinate students with particular answers, but to help them develop the capacity for thoughtful engagement with ultimate questions that every mature person must eventually address. This approach would also include direct experience with moral choice through service projects, leadership responsibilities, and opportunities to take stands on controversial issues. Students would learn virtue by practicing it rather than simply reading about it, developing moral courage through facing real decisions with real consequences. They would discover their own strengths and weaknesses while learning to appreciate the struggles that other people faced in their efforts to live according to their highest convictions. Such experiences would provide the practical foundation for moral reasoning that theoretical discussions alone could not supply. The implementation of education for wisdom would require fundamental changes in how societies understood the purpose and value of educational institutions. Instead of viewing schools primarily as job training programs or engines of economic development, communities would need to recognize them as the institutions responsible for transmitting cultural wisdom and forming future citizens capable of democratic governance. This would require investment in teachers who possess not only academic qualifications, but also moral authority, earned through their own character development and demonstrated commitment to student welfare. It would also require patience with educational processes that took years to show results and that produced outcomes that could not be easily measured through standardized assessments. The benefits of education for wisdom would appear primarily in the quality of graduates' lives and contributions, rather than in their test scores or starting salaries. Such education would prepare people to become wise parents, responsible citizens and moral leaders rather than simply successful employees or consumers. Part 17. The Critique of Intellectualism and Academic Culture. Solzhenitsyn's experience with both Soviet and Western intellectual establishments led him to a profound critique of academic culture that prioritized abstract theorizing over practical wisdom and intellectual sophistication over moral character. He observed that many highly educated people possessed impressive analytical abilities but demonstrated poor judgment about basic questions of right and wrong, truth and falsehood, wise and foolish action. Their education had taught them to manipulate ideas skillfully while leaving them confused about reality, to critique existing arrangements brilliantly while being unable to propose workable alternatives. This produced what he called intellectual pride that substituted cleverness for wisdom while creating barriers to the moral development that genuine education should promote. The root of this problem lay in what Solzhenitsyn identified as the modern separation of intellect from conscience that allowed people to develop their rational faculties while ignoring their moral intuitions. Traditional approaches to learning had assumed that intellectual development should serve moral development, that knowledge should lead to wisdom, that education should produce better human beings rather than simply more knowledgeable ones. Modern academic culture, by contrast, treated intellectual ability as an end in itself that could be pursued independently of character development or practical wisdom. Students learn to analyze, critique and theorize without learning to discern, judge or apply their knowledge responsibly. They became what Solzhenitsyn called moral illiterates, who could discuss ethical theories sophisticated but could not recognize evil when they encountered it directly. Their intellectual training actually hindered their moral development by teaching them to override their conscience through clever reasoning that served their interests. This intellectual pride manifested itself in several characteristic patterns that Solzhenitsyn observed among academics and intellectuals in both East and West. The first involved the assumption that complex problems required complex solutions that only experts with advanced education could understand and implement. This led intellectuals to dismiss simple moral principles and traditional wisdom as naive or outdated, while promoting sophisticated theories that often made problems worse rather than better. They preferred elegant intellectual constructions to practical approaches that worked but could not be reduced to academic formulas. Their solutions typically required extensive bureaucratic machinery staffed by credentialed experts rather than relying on the moral agency and practical wisdom of ordinary people. This created systems that served the interests of intellectual classes while failing to address the real needs of those they claimed to help. The second pattern involved the tendency to retreat into abstract theoretical discussions when confronted with the practical consequences of their ideas. When their policies produced suffering or failed to achieve their stated goals, intellectuals typically responded by developing more sophisticated theories rather than questioning their basic assumptions. They blamed implementation failures on the ignorance or malice of others, rather than examining whether their theoretical frameworks corresponded to reality. This allowed them to maintain their intellectual self-image while avoiding responsibility for the human costs of their mistakes. The more abstract and complex their theories became, the more disconnected they grew from the concrete human experience that should have served as the test of their validity. Eventually, intellectual sophistication became a defense mechanism that protected them from having to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves and their work. The third pattern involved the development of academic cultures that rewarded conformity to fashionable ideas, while punishing independent thought that challenged prevailing orthodoxies. Despite their rhetoric about free inquiry and critical thinking, universities often became remarkably intolerant of views that contradicted the assumptions shared by their faculty and administrators. Students and junior faculty learned to repeat approved opinions rather than developing their own judgments, to cite the right authorities rather than thinking for themselves. Those who questioned dominant paradigms or raised inconvenient questions found themselves marginalized or excluded from academic opportunities. This created what Solzhenitsyn called intellectual totalitarianism that was more subtle but potentially more dangerous than political totalitarianism because it controlled the institutions responsible for educating future leaders. Academic freedom became freedom to think within approved boundaries rather than genuine freedom to seek truth wherever it might lead. Solzhenitsyn contrasted this intellectual pride with what he called practical wisdom that emerged from direct engagement with moral and spiritual challenges rather than theoretical analysis of abstract problems. Practical wisdom developed through experience with real decisions that had real consequences for real people, through facing situations where theoretical knowledge proved inadequate and moral intuition became essential. People who possessed practical wisdom could distinguish between important and trivial questions, between workable and unworkable solutions, between noble and base motivations for action. They had learned to recognize the gap between good intentions and good results, between clever theories and effective practices. Such wisdom could not be acquired through academic study alone. but required the kind of moral testing that comfortable intellectual environments typically avoided. It emerged from suffering, service, responsibility, and sustained engagement with the complexities of actual human communities rather than from theoretical reflection on abstract principles. The cultivation of practical wisdom required what Solzhenitsyn called intellectual humility, that recognized the limitations of rational analysis while remaining open to insights that could not be reduced to academic formulas. This humility involved acknowledging that some forms of knowledge could only be gained through direct experience, that some truths could only be understood through moral and spiritual development. It meant listening carefully to people who lacked formal education, but possessed deep understanding of human nature, gained through facing life's challenges with courage and integrity. It required testing theoretical ideas against practical experience, rather than dismissing experience that contradicted theory. Such humility was difficult for intellectuals because it challenged their sense of superiority and expertise, but it was essential for developing the kind of wisdom that could actually serve human welfare. Real intelligence involved knowing the limits of intelligence as well as its possibilities. Solzhenitsyn also emphasized the importance of what he called moral education for intellectuals that would help them integrate their analytical abilities with their character development. This education would include serious study of moral philosophy and religious wisdom, but it would also require direct engagement with moral challenges that tested their values under pressure. Intellectuals needed to experience what it was like to sacrifice their interests for their principles, to stand alone against popular opinion, to take responsibility for decisions that affected other people's welfare. Without such experience, their moral reasoning remained abstract and disconnected from the realities of moral choice that ordinary people faced constantly. They could develop sophisticated theories about ethics without developing the character necessary for ethical behavior. Moral education for intellectuals would help them become wise counselors rather than clever manipulators, servants of truth rather than promoters of fashionable ideas. The reform of academic culture would require fundamental changes in how universities understood their mission and evaluated their success. Instead of focusing primarily on research productivity and theoretical innovation, academic institutions would need to emphasize their responsibility for developing wise and virtuous graduates who could serve their communities effectively. This would mean valuing teachers who demonstrated practical wisdom as well as academic expertise, creating curricula that integrated moral formation with intellectual development, and measuring success through the character and contributions of graduates rather than simply their academic achievements. Such reform would require academics to acknowledge that their institutions had moral as well as intellectual responsibilities, and that intellectual development without character development often produced harmful rather than beneficial results. The goal would be to create academic communities that modelled the integration of knowledge and wisdom that society desperately needed. This would serve both the intellectual integrity of academic work and the practical needs of communities that depended on educated leaders for guidance and service. Part 18. Death, Mortality, and the Search for Eternal Meaning. Solzhenitsyn's confrontation with death in the Gulag camps provided him with insights into human mortality that became central to his understanding of what gives life meaning and purpose. The constant presence of death stripped away illusions about what was truly important while revealing sources of meaning that transcended temporal existence. He discovered that people who face death honestly often develop deeper appreciation for life than those who avoided thinking about mortality, and that acceptance of death's inevitability could paradoxically lead to greater freedom and authentic living. This insight challenged both religious and secular approaches to mortality that treated death as either punishment for sin or simply biological fact without spiritual significance. The camps had provided Solzhenitsyn with daily reminders of human mortality through the constant presence of suffering, disease, and arbitrary execution. Prisoners lived with the knowledge that any day might be their last, that their survival depended on factors beyond their control, that death could come through official decision or simple accident. This proximity to death had different effects on different people depending on their spiritual preparation and moral character. Some prisoners were paralyzed by fear or driven to desperate attempts to preserve their lives at any cost, including betraying friends and abandoning moral principles. Others discovered that accepting the inevitability of death freed them from the anxieties and compromises that fear of death typically produced. They could act according to their conscience without calculating the survival costs because they had already accepted that survival was not the highest value. This acceptance of mortality led to what Solzhenitsyn called authentic living, that focused on purposes and values that transcended individual existence. People who were no longer desperate to preserve their lives could devote their remaining time to activities that served truth, beauty, justice, and love, regardless of whether such activities improved their personal circumstances. They could take moral risks, help others in need, resist unjust demands, and pursue creative work because their motivation came from commitment to values that death could not destroy. Such people often radiated a kind of inner freedom and peace that impressed even their captors, because they had moved beyond the fears and desires that usually controlled human behavior. Their acceptance of mortality had become the foundation for a form of immortal living that connected them to eternal realities. Death had lost its sting, not because they believed it was unreal, but because they had found purposes that made death meaningful rather than simply tragic. This experience led Solzhenitsyn to a profound critique of modern attitudes toward death that attempted to deny or postpone mortality through medical technology, entertainment, and busy activity that distracted people from fundamental questions about life's meaning. Contemporary societies often treated death as the ultimate enemy, to be defeated rather than a natural part of human existence that could teach valuable lessons about what was truly important. The result was cultures that remained spiritually immature because their members never developed the wisdom that comes through seriously contemplating their own mortality. People could live their entire lives without confronting basic questions about why they existed, what they owed to others, and what would remain significant after they were gone. This avoidance of mortality often led to shallow pursuits and anxious grasping for temporary pleasures that could never provide lasting satisfaction. Lives devoted to accumulating possessions, achieving status, or maximizing comfort inevitably ended in disappointment because death rendered all such achievements meaningless. The alternative approach that Solzhenitsyn advocated involved what he called memento mori living, that regularly contemplated death as a means of clarifying life's true priorities. This did not mean becoming morbid or pessimistic, but rather using awareness of mortality to distinguish between essential and trivial concerns. People who remembered that their time was limited could focus on activities that would matter beyond their individual existence, while avoiding pursuits that served only temporary ego gratification. They could invest in relationships that expressed genuine love, work that served authentic human needs, and creative endeavors that contributed beauty or truth to the world. Such living required courage because it involved accepting vulnerability and uncertainty rather than seeking security and control. but it provided access to forms of meaning and joy that were unavailable to those who spent their lives trying to avoid the reality of death. Solzhenitsyn connected this acceptance of mortality to what he identified as the human need for eternal meaning that transcended individual existence. He observed that people who lived only for temporal purposes inevitably experienced despair when they realized that all their achievements would eventually be forgotten and all their relationships would eventually end. The search for meaning required connection to realities that existed independently of individual consciousness and would continue to exist after individual death. This might involve religious faith in divine purposes that encompassed human history, or it might involve secular commitment to ideals like truth, justice, and beauty that possessed objective validity. The specific content of these eternal meanings mattered less than the recognition that human fulfillment required participation in something larger and more lasting than individual life. People who found such connections could face death with equanimity because their deepest identity was invested in realities that death could not touch. This insight explained why Solzhenitsyn believed that secular humanism, despite its noble intentions, could not provide adequate foundations for human meaning and moral behavior. If human consciousness was simply a temporary accident of biological evolution that would disappear completely at death, then all human values and achievements were ultimately arbitrary and meaningless. The effort to create meaning through human decision and cultural construction could not overcome the fact that death would eventually render all such constructions null and void. Only connection to transcendent reality that existed independently of human consciousness could provide the eternal significance that human beings seem to require for psychological health and moral motivation. This did not necessarily require belief in personal immortality or specific religious doctrines, but it did require acknowledgement of spiritual dimensions of reality that materialist philosophies typically denied. The confrontation with mortality thus became a test of world views that revealed which approaches to life could sustain meaning in the face of death's inevitability. The practical implications of accepting mortality extended to how people approached suffering, relationships, and life choices throughout their existence. Those who remembered that life was temporary could endure hardships more easily because they understood that all suffering was temporary, and that character developed through facing difficulties often provided the only lasting value that emerged from painful experiences. They could also appreciate relationships more deeply because they recognized that time with loved ones was precious and limited rather than taking such relationships for granted. Most importantly, they could make life choices based on ultimate rather than immediate values because they understood that the consequences of their decisions would outlast their individual existence. Parents who remembered their mortality could focus on transmitting wisdom and character to their children rather than simply providing material advantages. Workers who accepted their mortality could choose vocations that served genuine human needs rather than simply maximizing income or status. Citizens who contemplated their mortality could support policies that promoted long-term human welfare rather than short-term political advantage. The remembrance of death thus became a source of wisdom that could guide all aspects of living toward greater authenticity and deeper meaning. Part 19. Leadership, Authority, and Political Responsibility. Solzhenitsyn's analysis of political leadership emerged from his observation of how different types of authority had functioned in Soviet society, and his reflections on what kind of leadership could serve authentic human flourishing rather than simply maintaining power. He distinguished between legitimate authority that emerged from moral character and service to the common good, and illegitimate authority that depended on force, manipulation, or the exploitation of people's weaknesses. This distinction led him to a comprehensive critique of both totalitarian and democratic approaches to political organization that often confuse the mechanics of power with the ethics of leadership. True leadership required wisdom, virtue, and genuine commitment to serving others rather than simply the ability to gain and maintain political control through whatever means proved effective. The foundation of legitimate political authority, according to Solzhenitsyn, must be the leader's moral character rather than their ideology, charisma, or technical competence. Leaders who lacked integrity would inevitably use their power to serve their own interests rather than the common good, regardless of their stated commitments or policy positions. Conversely, leaders who possessed genuine moral character could be trusted to make difficult decisions responsibly, even when those decisions were unpopular or costly to themselves personally. This meant that the primary qualification for political leadership should be demonstrated virtue rather than political skill, intellectual brilliance, or popular appeal. Societies that chose leaders based on their ability to win elections or manipulate public opinion, rather than their character and wisdom, inevitably suffered from the moral failures of those they placed in positions of authority. The quality of leadership ultimately determined the moral health of entire societies, because leaders set examples that influence the behavior of all citizens. Solzhenitsyn identified several specific virtues that authentic political leaders must possess if they were to serve their communities effectively. The first was humility that recognized the limitations of human knowledge and the dangers of concentrated power. Humble leaders understood that they did not possess all the answers to complex social problems, and that they needed advice from others who had different perspectives and experiences. They also recognized that political power could corrupt even well-intentioned people, and that they needed institutional checks and personal disciplines to prevent such corruption. Humble leaders focused on serving rather than being served, on solving problems rather than gaining glory, on doing what was right rather than what was popular. Such humility was rare among political leaders because the process of gaining power typically rewarded pride and self-promotion rather than modesty and service. The second essential virtue was courage that enabled leaders to make unpopular decisions when such decisions served the long-term welfare of their communities. Courageous leaders could resist pressure from special interest groups, popular movements, and political allies when such pressure conflicted with their understanding of the common good. They could tell people uncomfortable truths about problems that required sacrifice or change, rather than simply promising easy solutions that avoided difficult choices. They could take responsibility for failures and mistakes, rather than blaming others or external circumstances. Such courage was essential, because democratic societies often rewarded leaders who told people what they wanted to hear rather than what they needed to hear. Leaders who lacked courage typically became mere followers of public opinion rather than guides who could help their communities navigate challenging circumstances wisely. The third virtue was practical wisdom that enabled leaders to understand the complex relationships between different aspects of social life and to anticipate the long-term consequences of policy decisions. Wise leaders recognized that political problems typically had multiple causes and that effective solutions usually required addressing several different factors simultaneously. They understood that good intentions could produce harmful results if they were not guided by accurate understanding of human nature and social dynamics. They could distinguish between problems that government could solve effectively and problems that required other forms of social action. Most importantly, they understood that political solutions were always temporary and that lasting social improvement required changes in individual character and cultural values that political action alone could not achieve. Such wisdom was rare because it required extensive experience with practical affairs combined with deep reflection on the moral and spiritual dimensions of human existence. Solzhenitsyn also emphasized the importance of what he called moral education for political leaders that would help them maintain their integrity despite the corrupting influences of power. This education needed to include serious study of history that revealed how previous leaders had handled similar challenges and what lessons could be learned from their successes and failures. It should also include exposure to moral philosophy and religious wisdom that provided frameworks for thinking about ultimate questions of justice, truth, and human welfare. Most importantly, it required direct experience with moral testing that revealed whether potential leaders possessed the character necessary for responsible exercise of authority. Leaders who had never faced serious moral challenges or made significant sacrifices for their principles were unlikely to possess the strength necessary for ethical leadership under pressure. Such education could not guarantee good leadership, but it could help identify those who were most likely to use power responsibly and prepare them for the moral challenges they would face. The selection of political leaders in democratic societies presented particular challenges because the skills necessary for winning elections were often different from and sometimes opposed to the qualities necessary for good governance. Successful campaigning typically required charisma, rhetorical ability, and skill at building coalitions among diverse interest groups. Successful governing required wisdom, integrity, and willingness to make unpopular decisions when necessary for long-term welfare. The result was often the selection of leaders who were skilled at gaining power, but incompetent or untrustworthy in exercising it responsibly. Solzhenitsyn argued that democratic societies needed to develop better methods for identifying and promoting leaders who possessed genuine qualifications for governance, rather than simply rewarding those who were most effective at political manipulation. This might require changes in how campaigns were conducted, how candidates were selected by political parties, and how voters evaluated leadership qualifications. The accountability of political leaders represented another crucial dimension of legitimate authority that required ongoing attention from citizens who bore ultimate responsibility for their governance. Leaders who were not held accountable for their decisions inevitably began to serve their own interests rather than the common good, regardless of their initial intentions or character. Effective accountability required citizens who were knowledgeable about public affairs, engaged in political processes, and willing to demand high standards from their leaders. It also required institutional mechanisms that made it possible to remove leaders who failed to serve effectively or ethically. Most importantly, it required cultural expectations that political leadership was a form of service rather than an opportunity for personal advancement or aggrandizement. Societies that treated politics as entertainment or allowed leaders to become celebrities rather than servants inevitably suffered from the degradation of their political institutions and the corruption of their democratic processes. Solzhenitsyn's vision for authentic political leadership emphasized the recovery of what he called servant leadership, that understood political authority as responsibility for promoting the common good rather than opportunity for personal gain or ideological advancement. Such leaders would focus on addressing genuine human needs rather than pursuing theoretical programs on building social trust rather than winning partisan victories, on preparing future generations rather than maximizing current popularity. They would see themselves as stewards of their community's welfare rather than owners of political power. This approach required fundamental changes in how societies understood the purpose of political activity and the criteria for evaluating political success. The goal was not to eliminate politics, but to elevate it to serve the authentic human flourishing that should be the ultimate purpose of all social organization. Such elevation required leaders who possessed not only technical competence, but also moral authority earned through demonstrated character and genuine commitment to serving others rather than themselves. Part 20. The Future of Humanity and Prophetic Vision. Solzhenitsyn's final insights concerned the long-term trajectory of human civilization and the fundamental choices that would determine whether humanity moved toward greater wisdom and virtue or continued its descent into materialist emptiness and moral confusion. His prophetic vision emerged from pattern recognition based on his analysis of how spiritual and moral forces had shaped history, combined with his understanding of the permanent features of human nature that would continue to influence future developments. He saw humanity standing at a crossroads where the choices made by contemporary generations would determine whether future generations inherited a world shaped by truth and love or one dominated by lies and hatred. This vision provided both warning about dangers ahead and hope for possibilities that remained available if people chose wisdom over cleverness, service over selfishness, and spiritual development over material accumulation. The central challenge facing humanity, according to Solzhenitsyn, was the recovery of spiritual wisdom that could guide technological power toward constructive rather than destructive purposes. Modern civilization had achieved unprecedented capacity to manipulate the natural world and organize human societies, but it had lost touch with the moral and spiritual insights necessary for using such power responsibly. The result was increasingly sophisticated methods for creating wealth, controlling populations, and satisfying material desires combined with decreasing wisdom about what constituted authentic human welfare and how to achieve it sustainably. Technological advancement, without corresponding spiritual development, had become a source of danger rather than benefit, because it amplified human capacity for both good and evil without providing clear guidance about which purposes technology should serve. The future would depend on whether humanity could rediscover sources of wisdom that could match the sophistication of its technical capabilities. Without such wisdom, technological power would inevitably serve the interests of those who possessed it rather than promoting the common good of all humanity. Solzhenitsyn identified several specific trends in contemporary civilization that posed particular threats to human flourishing if they continued unchecked. The first was the increasing centralization of power in institutions that were too large and remote to maintain human accountability or respond to genuine human needs. Whether these institutions were government bureaucracies, multinational corporations, or international organizations, their scale and complexity made them resistant to moral guidance and democratic control. They developed their own institutional interests that often conflicted with the welfare of the people they claimed to serve. The concentration of power in such institutions threatened to create new forms of tyranny that would be more subtle, but potentially more comprehensive than traditional political oppression. People could become dependent on institutional systems that controlled their access to food, employment, information, and social relationships while claiming to promote their freedom and welfare. The second dangerous trend was the erosion of traditional sources of meaning and moral guidance that had provided stability and direction for human communities throughout history. Family structures, religious institutions, local communities and cultural traditions were being weakened by mobility, individualism and technological change without being replaced by adequate alternatives. This left increasing numbers of people without the social support and moral framework necessary for psychological health and responsible citizenship. The result was rising rates of depression, addiction, violence and social fragmentation that undermined the foundations of civil society. People who lacked connection to sources of transcendent meaning became vulnerable to manipulation by demagogues who promised simple solutions to complex problems, or by commercial interests that promised happiness through consumption. The breakdown of traditional authority created a vacuum that could be filled by either authentic spiritual renewal or by new forms of ideological fanaticism. The third trend was the development of technologies that threatened to fundamentally alter human nature itself through genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and neurological manipulation. These technologies offered the possibility of eliminating diseases, enhancing human capabilities, and reducing suffering in ways that could genuinely benefit humanity. But they also raised profound questions about what constituted authentic human flourishing and who should have the authority to make decisions about modifying human nature. Without clear moral frameworks for evaluating such technologies, they could become tools for creating new forms of inequality or control that would make traditional tyrannies seem primitive by comparison. The temptation to use technology to solve spiritual and moral problems would likely prove irresistible to societies that had lost confidence in traditional approaches to character development and social improvement. But technological solutions to spiritual problems would inevitably fail while creating new problems that required more sophisticated technological interventions in an endless cycle of artificial fixes for natural human challenges. Despite these dangers, Solzhenitsyn maintained hope for humanity's future based on his conviction that truth and goodness possessed inherent power that would eventually triumph over lies and evil. He had witnessed this power operating in the Gulag camps where individual acts of moral courage had preserved human dignity under impossible circumstances. He had seen it in the gradual collapse of the Soviet system as increasing numbers of people stopped believing official lies and started living according to their own understanding of truth. He believed it would continue to operate in the future as people discovered that material prosperity without spiritual fulfillment could not provide lasting happiness, and that technological power without moral wisdom inevitably produced more problems than it solved. The human need for authentic meaning and genuine community would eventually reassert itself against all attempts to satisfy those needs through artificial substitutes. People would rediscover the permanent truths about human nature and moral responsibility that contemporary ideologies had tried to eliminate or replace. The path toward a better future would require what Solzhenitsyn called moral revolution, that began with individual transformation and gradually influenced social institutions through the cumulative effect of millions of personal choices. This revolution could not be imposed through political force or institutional reform, but had to emerge from genuine spiritual awakening that helped people rediscover their deepest purposes and highest aspirations. It would involve recovering traditional wisdom about virtue, character development and community responsibility, while adapting that wisdom to contemporary circumstances. It would require developing new forms of education, governance, and economic organization that served the full range of human needs rather than reducing people to economic or political units. Most importantly, it would demand that individuals take responsibility for their own moral development while working to create communities that supported such development in others. The future would depend on whether enough people possessed the courage and wisdom necessary for this moral revolution. Solzhenitsyn's ultimate message to humanity was both sobering and inspiring. The future remained open, but would be determined by the choices that individuals made in response to the moral challenges they faced. No historical forces or technological developments could guarantee progress toward greater human flourishing without the conscious decision of people to choose virtue over vice, truth over lies, service over selfishness. But such choices remain possible for anyone willing to pay the price in effort, sacrifice and spiritual development that authentic human growth required. The person who lived according to their highest understanding of truth and morality contributed to the total amount of good in the world, regardless of whether their contributions were recognized or rewarded. Such contributions accumulated over time and across cultures to create possibilities for social transformation that could not be achieved through purely political or economic means. The future of humanity thus depended not on experts, leaders or institutions, but on the moral choices of ordinary people who possessed the extraordinary capacity to choose good over evil in their daily lives. This vision required tremendous faith in both human potential and divine providence that sustained hope, despite overwhelming evidence of human failure and moral confusion. Solzhenitsyn maintained this faith because he had experienced personally the transformative power of truth and love operating even in the most hostile circumstances. He had witnessed ordinary people becoming extraordinary through their response to moral testing, and he had seen oppressive systems collapse when they lost the voluntary cooperation of those they claimed to control. These experiences convinced him that reality itself was structured in ways that ultimately supported truth and goodness over lies and evil. The arc of history might be long and its direction often unclear, but it bent toward justice for those who had the patience and perseverance to align themselves with permanent rather than temporary values. Humanity's future would be determined by its willingness to rediscover and live according to these permanent truths about moral responsibility, spiritual development, and authentic human flourishing that no technological advancement or political revolution could eliminate or replace.